When we started an hour with the tower, Andy from Cardroom Direct, he says, you know what? I'm just going to send a tweet and you never know what will happen. I'll send it to the biggest, the most prolific poker player of all time and see what happens. And then we get a reply saying, do you know what, guys? Why not? So it is my pleasure. And the heart's going a little bit because even though it's absolute great pleasure that to introduce a guy that's got just about 24 million in life earnings. He's 22 all-time money list. He's got 15 bracelets. He's the only person to win the World Series main event and the World Series of Poker Europe main event. It is the great pleasure of mine, and fingers crossed by the end of it, he'll have just entertained us all, to introduce to you guys the one and only Mr. Phil Hellmuth Jr.
How's it going, Phil?
Oh, thank you very much for this, Phil. This is an absolute pleasure. When Andy sent that tweet, he says, who shall we get? And we were like, well, why not aim for the top? And this is as high as you can get for us.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, when you send out a tweet, you never know what's going to happen.
Absolutely. We're starting with lockdown because we're obviously in strange times. We don't know what life is going to be like after. Is it ever going to be normal again? What has lockdown been for you? What's it been like?
Well, March 8th, I went to Draymond Green's surprise birthday party. I started skipping tournaments March 1st. I didn't go to the LAPC. I didn't even play in the Bay 101, which was in my backyard. Here because my friends were on top of this early and were warning me. But Draymond Green had a 30th birthday party. We all loved him and we wanted to show him. So we took a private jet down at 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. We had a dinner in LA. We went to his birthday party and the jet left again at maybe 1 a.m. So I was back home by 3. But other than that, March 8th, I was locked in. I mean, I the most I did in 88 days is I went 2 blocks away from the house. And even then I felt like, so, the lockdown, I didn't anticipate that I'd be staying in place as much as I did. I didn't anticipate that I would play as much poker. I literally played poker at least 6 days a week. And I'm a guy that plays once every 10 days with my group of friends. And actually I did really well. I won a lot of money and I joined another advisory board for a company called Prize Picks. And I think that's my 11th advisory board. Some of my companies, it's been fun to watch them, kind of flourish. Not everything goes wrong during a pandemic. Some companies do well. And one of them is Endgame Talent Agency, which just keeps getting new customers and we're growing and it's crazy. Yeah. And so spent some time talking to the company founders that, that I'm on the advisory board of. And so I'm surprisingly busy. And so I can't really say that I've been bored, you know. And then last week, finally, I went over to my best friend's house, Chamath Palihapitiya, and then I went to Cabo, flew down to Cabo for 4 days and flew back. But we were on my friend's jet. So, and then I've been locked in for the last 8 days, back and stay in place.
It certainly is strange times for everybody, and obviously everybody was hoping that the World Series was still going to take place. Even though it's not your fault, is this the first World Series or the potential World Series that you would have missed since you were old enough to play?
Yes, I have not missed a series. I think I missed one World Series of Poker, Europe. And that was in 2018. I just told the guys, I said, I'm not going back. You should go every other year. And I was trying to make a point. I missed it. So I don't miss World Series of Poker ever. I don't miss World Series of Poker Europe ever. And I don't plan on it. So now, of course, today, big news. They just announced that, they're going to have 85 bracelet events.
It's enormous.
From July, online events from July 1st. So I just called the president of the ARIA, Steve Zanella, and he tells me that, we're in pretty good shape at the ARIA. We're really going to be very, safety minded. Yeah. And then, reading some articles about it, it seems like MGM has the best protocols for dealing with COVID. And of course, Wynn's up there with them. But I mean, of all the casinos, we're the best. And so the ARIA, so I feel very safe there. So July 1st, I'll be staying at the ARIA for a month. If they open, they might open the 4th of July. And looking forward, I mean, there's one event per day. So, I think it's, I'm going to be opening up a little bit going down there. And but I do feel like they're taking all the precautions at the ARIA.
Yeah, well, we have seen pictures over the last probably 3 or 4 days about Las Vegas opening up slowly but surely. Things trying to get back to normal as normal can be. It is strange times for everybody. But I'm just going to whiz you back. I'm just going to whiz you back to 1989 when you actually went like that. And then you went like that. And
I saw that picture.
And it's a clip. If you love the game, it's a clip that you watch over and over again. Obviously, we win it. If we'd have come second, if we'd have finished second to Johnny Chan, who won it the 2 previous years, do you think your career would have been a little bit different, or was this the path anyway?
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair question. I mean, that final hand, he had ace-7 of spades. I had 2 black nines, but there was a hand before that, where I had ace-10 against 2 10s, and I was lucky, and 2 deuces. I mean, it was a 2-way knockout to go from 4-handed to 2-handed. And if I lose that pot, then who knows? Maybe I don't win. I still think I'd probably have 15 bracelets, but you never know. I mean, it was a very and you have to remember, I mean, there's lots of times as if you want to be, one of the greatest poker players, you always have your money in, generally speaking, with the best hand.
Yeah.
And you take a lot of beats over the years, a lot of big beats, and but I have to, you got to look back and realize, well, I had ace-10 of spades. Don Zuin had 2 10s. Steve Lott had 2 deuces, and I hit, and we were all in 3 ways. I wasn't all in, but it was a key pot for me to hit, and be thankful. And that's a good question though, because who knows? But I know this. I was already a professional poker player. I was already having tremendous success everywhere. And I feel like I would have continued along those lines.
Yeah, and continuing, obviously, in 1989, you win the lot. But your dad wasn't overly enthused about it all, was he? But did Dad know best?
You have to understand, my dad has a PhD. He has a JD. He has an MBA. So masters, I mean, that's a lot of letters. I mean, I don't know anyone, there's not that many people on the planet that have more letters than my dad. So, of course, now I'm the oldest of 5 and a guy. So, I mean, I was meant to be on this education path. I was meant to be, I was meant to graduate from college, and I never did. And so for him to then imagine and think that far outside of the box, to professional poker player. And in the 80s, I mean, my dad thought that was like a drug dealer, and so, but he saw me have a lot of success, and he decided to come to the 1989 World Series of Poker main event. Surprised me that he agreed to go. He agreed in December. And he flew out and he saw me in, one of the best moments of my life, winning the main event. And, you notice when I throw my hands up in the air like this in the YouTube video, when the last card comes off, like I think the 6 of spades, I go like this or whatever. And I turn and I look, you can see me turning because my dad was not in sight for 4 days. That was a 4-day long tournament. He wasn't in sight during the tournament, but I turned because, and there he is running up the aisle to greet me. And of course, security stops him because there's $1 million in cash on the table in 1989. And I wave him through. And within seconds of winning, I was able to embrace my father and give him a great hug. And then I bought a Mercedes-Benz. And then I married a doctor. And then, and so, and I'm still happily married 30 years later. So, and my dad's been to Vegas every year, I think, for 30 years to support me.
You turned him. You got him on the side.
Yep. I had to win the main event.
And 1993 in the World Series was probably one of the most insane runs for you. And 3 bracelets in 3 days. It could have been
no,
4.
not 3. Not 3 bracelets and 3. So the 1993 is interesting because John Benetti won 2 bracelets that year. And Ted Forrest won 3 bracelets that year. And I won 3 bracelets that year. So, probably they gave away 20 bracelets or something, or 18. And we won 8 of them. It was crazy year, 93. And I won 2 bracelets in 1 day. So that meant that I played the No Limit Hold'em tournament till about 5 in the morning. And I remember my wife was pregnant, and I don't know if she made it till 3 or 4 I think she made it till 3, 4, 5 in the morning. She's way too much of a trooper. And then the next tournament started at noon. And I was just exhausted because I just won a bracelet. I went for a run. There's no way I could sleep. And I entered the Limit Hold'em event. And I played poorly at first, and I remember going into the dinner break. I didn't have a lot of chips, but at least I was able to. I ate a half an hour before dinner break, and I went straight up for an hour and a half long nap. And I came back down, and the next thing you know, I started hitting hands, and I think by 11 o'clock that night, I'd won the Limit Hold'em bracelet. So I won one at, I want to say 4 in the morning, and I won one at 10:30 at night, and it was just a crazy day. And I remember the next day, before that tournament started, that I'd won the event the night before. And if you want to throw in there, I'd won 2 events on that day, so it was pretty cool. But yeah, 2 bracelets in 1 day, and then I had the chip lead in the main event when I completely fell apart, and that's on me. I mean, I was running good, I was playing great. And the next thing you know, I kind of threw it away. I think it was too much for someone to handle 3 bracelets and the main event.
So the news has just come through from Binions that they've just taken the poker tables out of the card room. It looks like it could be forever. Binions, it must be somewhere in there, Phil.
Yeah, I mean, Binions is just such a classic poker, there's so much history there. And, we've faced this for many, many years, but it was a much more pronounced issue that we had to deal with as poker players for a long time, and it's simply this: slot machines make more money than poker tables.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we've heard this hundreds of times starting in the 80s. And so it was really hard to get poker rooms established. There's nothing we could do. A casino would make a decision and they'd be like, all right, we'll have 4 or 5 poker tables. And they'd be like, I know the numbers in the late 90s. Each slot machine makes about $80,000 a day. And so they could put 5 slot machines, 4 or 5 slot machines in one area where you could have a poker table, and maybe 6. And so that's a lot to compete against. And so, when poker broke out and everybody demanded tables, and when it got really hot, I thought that we wouldn't be facing things like this in the future. But, listen, I can't blame Binions because, it's really hard to have a 9-handed game that you can actually rake right now. And so you've seen some of those contraptions they have for poker tables now, where they have plastic up and it's hard to play 4 or 5-handed. And people are flocking in for those to play, but I'm not sure that's a realistic fix. So post-COVID, I wouldn't be surprised if, Binions did have poker tables back in, but it's a very sad day for poker when Binions gets rid of their poker room.
I think my first trip to Vegas was 2004, and it was the final time it was actually in Binions. And obviously, unbeknown to me, that was a little bit of history. I was stood there on the rail watching my first ever World Series event. I can't remember what it was, but not knowing that it wasn't going to be in Binions anymore. That's a little bit of history. Can you remember what's the big poker table that's on the wall where everybody's signed it? Is that still there?
I don't remember. I did go to Binions about 1.5 years ago. I was downtown for whatever reason, and I think I had my sister. Yeah, my sister Ann was with me, and Ann is a Special Olympian, has a bunch of gold medals from Special Olympics, and she and I walked through there, and we saw the pictures on the wall, and and it was kind of nice to see. It was kind of a step back into where I did a lot of business.
There's a lot of history in that room, and like you said, we don't know what's going to happen, but it looks like it might have finished in Binions. Going yourself, the critics. Now, you answer the critics with result after result after result. Does it affect you and the way you play and think, do you know what? This is for one of you.
Yeah, I mean, you have to understand that, I think a lot of people, if you're going to be great, or if you want to be the greatest of all time in your sport, people are going to chop you down at the knees and try to stand on your shoulders, so to speak.
Yeah.
And that's, there's some negativity there. And so, I've been a huge figure looming large in poker for a long time. And I think some people are like, hey, he's getting too much press. He doesn't deserve it. And, some of the younger generation is like, what's so special about Phil? And so, it's a natural progression to try to, and so, but some of them don't handle themselves very well. And the difference is when I came up in poker, I gave a lot of respect to all the people before me. Yeah. Always respected Doyle. Johnny's only 3-4 years in front of me, but always respected Chip Reese and all the great players that came before me. And there was always respect. I never went around, saying bad stuff about them. And, I kind of earned my stripes. So, it's interesting to me that you have this, a bunch of high rollers, and you have say 20 or 30 guys that consistently play in the high rollers, and they proclaim themselves the best players in the world. They aren't. And then the press is incentivized to claim them the best players in the world. And they play with, 10, 15 businessmen. And so they're not the best players in the world. You want to be the best in the world. You win bracelets. You win world poker tournaments, world WPTs, you win EPTs. Now, if you want to talk about, somebody like Adrian Mateos or Dominic Nietzsche, these guys are great. They proved it because by winning bracelets. Alex Foxen is a great player for sure, and he just won a WPT to back up, a big one in December. Nice job. And so, but I mean, if you want to be great, then you have to win bracelets, and it can't just be a bunch of high rollers, because there's a lot of great players. A lot of the best players in the world don't play in those tournaments all the time. I think Negreanu is one of the best players in the world. You don't see him out there all the time in all the high rollers. You don't see Ivy out there in all the high rollers. You don't see me in all the high rollers. And, so you have to pick your poison, if you want to be great. And they all pick the poison of playing in World Series of Poker tournaments. And, and so I mean, yeah, there's always going to be critics, and that's just a natural, there's always going to be haters. And that's just that's a natural way of the world. I do get a little bit upset when they throw me under the bus, but you know what? It's also motivating. I called Negreanu and I said, man, you've been one of my biggest critics. I mean, he was telling me in 08 and 09 and 10 that I'll never win again unless I start playing like they play. And I said, I think you're crazy. And he's like, I have the best coach in the world. His name is blah, 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 blah. Well, that guy disappeared a long time ago. And then the next year he said, I have the best coach in the world. His name is blah, 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 different name. That guy disappeared a year later. And, 2011 and 12, I think I was second in player of the year, both of those years at the World Series of Poker. I think I won 2 or 3 bracelets. I had a bunch of, I don't know how many final tables, but, and so, and then, recently people are like, oh, well, Phil can't play in faster paced tournaments, the ones where the blinds go up every, Phil can't play in tournaments that go up every 20 minutes or half an hour. And then I won one of those, and then I final tabled one. And then I think I have 3 final tables in the $5,000 faster tournament. What do they call it? Turbo. The turbo. Said, that can't work because Phil doesn't understand the math. So it's always Phil doesn't understand this, Phil doesn't understand that. Now, the interesting thing is most of the people watching this interview say, oh, well, what is Phil talking about? We all know he's a great player. And that's true, because you're really talking about a select few people. Yeah, but it's a little aggravating, but they also motivate me. And so then they also fail to see what I'm doing every year. I mean, in 2019, World Series tournaments, what did I have? I had a 5th, a 6th, a 2nd, a 3rd, and I mean, like there's a handful of people that had those kind of results.
16 catches in 2019.
Yeah. And so, I mean, so whatever. I mean, I think, yes. Does it rub me the wrong way sometimes? Yes. Yeah. Do I hear those voices every day? No. I mean, sometimes I don't hear somebody criticize me for 40 or 50 or 60 days because I'm not on all the forums, but I'm aware of it. And then when I see it, I'm always a little bit bummed out.
Yeah. If we had a Champions League Triple Crown of Poker, you've won the World Series main event. You've won the World Series Europe main event. What would make up that Triple Crown? That would be like, those are the 3 that you need to win.
Okay, that would be the 3rd one. It's the Poker Players Championship, the PPC. Yeah. And I had a 2nd in that. And that one really hurt because I had Brian Rastall in 3 times. And to win one of those hands, I guess I was 84%, they said, to have that. And that would have been nice. That would have been an unassailable Triple Crown.
Yeah. We have got 15 braces. Do you need to be stranded on a desert island for people to catch you?
I mean, you've got Phil Ivey, who can win 2 or 3 bracelets in a year. You've got Daniel Negreanu, who's just like, how many final tables a year does he have? And he has so many seconds. Yeah. Like he and I were battling for, I think I have 12 seconds and he has 11 second places now or something. But he tied me for seconds for 1 minute there. And unfortunately, I had a second over in Europe that I really wanted to be a first. And he was at the final table with me. So there's some people that are just great. Who knows what the future holds for Dominic Nietzsche? Who knows what the future holds for Adrian Mateos. Who knows what the future holds for some of these guys that are there playing all these events. Now, a lot of the young guys don't play all the mixed games, but I think, what do I have? I have 2 bracelets in Raz, and all the rest are in Hold'em anyway. If you're great at Hold'em, you can get there more often because there's more skill.
Out of the 10, 11, 12 second place finishers, and I'm just gonna read. This tweet from yourself was just amazing. Hitting my number 1 live goal at 24 was amazing. By the time I was 28, I had 5 WSOP wins and a new life goal was to become the greatest poker player of all time. You figured you needed to win 24 bracelets as recognized as the greatest of all time. If all those second places would have been wins, would have got there, but why did you say 24?
24 is a number that kind of like, I don't always have a perfect understanding of, I'd almost say mystical things. You know what I mean? I know that our minds are very powerful, and some of that is kind of untapped and unknown. And, my book Positivity talks about, how I've kind of, harnessed some of that potential, and how other people can harness that potential. And so for me, 24 was a number that I came up with at a young age. And I just thought, I can win 24 bracelets. And I came up with it in 1993, 94. I figured 24 would make me unassailable to the whole world. I remember in 2005 when I passed Johnny Chan and I passed Doyle Brunson, and they both came up and congratulated me. And that was classy, right? We all shook hands. They were all like, "Great job, Phil." I mean, there was a big, when they awarded me that bracelet in front of the whole room that night, right after I won it, there was Chan and Brunson.
Brilliant.
And at that point, we were crazy, Johnny, and I think it was 05, but Johnny Chan and Doyle Brunson and I maybe it was 07 I passed them, but I mean, there were years where they'd win, Doyle would win 2, Chan would win 2, and I'd win 1 bracelet. I think that was 03. And so we were just winning them in bunches, even in the modern era. And so that battle was great. And so, you're never safe. There are people that can catch me, but now I have the records, and I just have to keep raising it.
Any of those second places you would have thought, you know what, I really wanted that one?
Yeah, I remember there was a second place where a guy was very, very lucky against me repeatedly, and then and I still had a chance to take him out. I think I had pocket 5s and he had ace king, and I limped in with the 5s. We were playing 3-handed. The other guy had a peanut of a stack, and he raised, called, and it came 10 jack 7, and he bet and I raised with the 5s, and he just called, and I knew he had ace king. And the turn, I bet, he raised, and I.
Oh. We're frozen, ladies and gentlemen. Just shout, PK.
Yeah, I'll give him a little shout.
Afternoon, everybody. Hope everybody is good. Hope everybody is well. We're actually live, but you just can't see us. Well, we're not worth looking at, to be fair. We're not worth looking at, but every now and again people just want to see us. But we'll get back up very shortly. Welcome to the National Poker League Playoff. Poker. Over the course of the last month, you'll know exactly what he did in Vegas, and you'll know exactly how good he ran and how well he played. And he's going to be playing off one of the 21 prizes. Welcome, one and all. Hope everybody enjoyed yesterday for the first ever 10, 25, 50 PLO. Hope you all enjoyed it. Good afternoon, everybody who's watching on the live stream. We are now live for the duration. Is it going to be one of the events where people are not going to play as many hands because it's virtually a satellite?
The thing is, at the start, it'll be pretty normal to watch. There may be a bit more tightness than usual, but it's going to get very tight when we get down to like 30 odd players. That's when it's going to proper tighten up. There's going to be players that just know that they're loco and just folding every hand and not even getting involved. We're going to see people might even get aces. Seen aces fold pre in a spot today on the feature table. There may be a situation where it might have to happen, but really looking forward to the playoff. So something different for us again today, and can't wait for it.
We are ready in play. We are going to be short-handed. There are people stuck. We can't do anything about Storm Arwen, travel disruption, snow, rain, wind. Seen some of the news this week today, like oh my days, like wowzers, like unbelievable. So yes, it is one of those things, and we have just started. So we will return to the table. We've got Renee. All the chips are in play, which makes it a little bit different as well. All the chip stacks are in play. One thing for you, is your heads up. Are we now literally playing?
Raising
every hand?
Most hands, basically tower, because you got 9 stacks on the table. You got only 2 of us sat here. Obviously, just a good table draw for both Renee and Daniel. So it just means they can pick up the dead blinds of the dead stacks.
Ladies and gentlemen, just entered the room. If you've been watching poker over the last month, you will know that Mr. Jack Oliver finished 3rd in the World Series of Poker main event for $3 million. Ladies and gentlemen, let us have a big round of applause for an amazing Mr. Jack Oliver! What an amazing achievement by this guy. Playing the £30 student championships 4 years ago. It's achievable. Jack Oliver, just sitting down in the playoff.
I guess you all just heard Towers. I don't even think Jack was prepared for that. But Towers just put him right under it as he's walked in. Got the whole room to give him a round of applause, and great result from Jack. And might get to see him on the feature table at some point today, but just walked in the room and Tower with a microphone. Whole card room, letting them all know. Everyone heard your Tower.
Did you hear it? What happened there? What happened there? Oh my days.
Oh, Mel, so sorry to hear that. Couldn't get here this morning, was at the station at 6:30 to get the train down. Told all trains have been cancelled because of the storm.
No way.
I hope you get your hotel money back, Mel. That's not good to hear.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have an announcement. Not just Mr. Jack Oliver. We have a chef in the building.
Chef Brad pulling through.
Chef Brad has done us proud. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. He got fed up of being called a cook, or just Brad, and he decided for the team to make a cake or two. Thanks, brothers. Chef Brad forever now. Chef Brad forever. So, Poker Mel, oh, Mel. It's one of those things that nobody can predict. Nobody ever could think that Storm Arwen, whoever that is, would ever do anything about it. Really gutted for you, Mel. I know you were talking to us last week saying, is it worth the trip? And yeah, definitely was. But Mother Nature, you don't mess with Mother Nature, apparently. Not a lot you can do with it. But gutted for you, Mel. I know we're more gutted. The tonic tea cakes aren't coming.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, I
know. Them cakes there, they've been pushed to wayside by the let me tell you. Oh, man. But no, it's honestly gutted for you. Really, you've played all year, and quite a few people are in the same boat that they've played all year and they've got travel disruption, and it is really, honestly, just one of those things. I think it was about 45, was it?
Well, we started with 41, and now I think there's over 50. And
over 50.
There's been a few late shows. So,
and also the best thing about it is if you are late and you are coming in and you're watching the live stream on your way down on the train or something like that, or you're sat in a passenger seat watching the thing. If you want to confirm that you're definitely coming, make sure that you either ring the casino, put through to the card room, tell them don't take me to stack out of play. I am on my way here. Because I think at the first break, I think at the first break, the dead stacks, I would make it the second break personally, because there are 20 odd dead stacks at the minute with people either not turning up or on the way and coming in. So I would make it the second break. That's a choice that they've got to do. But if you are on your way down, you're watching the live stream saying, I'm going to be late, but I am on my way down, ring the casino. Apparently that's not a thing anymore.
What, ringing the casino?
No, that.
Oh, that. Why not?
That. Because apparently it's now that. Because all mobile phones are shaped like that. Whereas we, in the olden days, used to do that. 1 to your ear, 1 to your mouth. Hello. Apparently that's not a thing anymore. Just say that. But if you are on your way down, please, ring the casino and say, I'm on my way, don't take my chips out of play. They'll get your name and they'll make sure that your chips are not out of play, because what they will do eventually is take all the dead stacks out of the game, which is probably what they should do, and then consolidate the tables so everybody's playing against each other, rather than, as we can see here, 2 players playing against 6 dead stacks, 7 dead stacks, and eventually we'll get a proper game underway. So really feeling for you, Mel. But yeah, we're up to 50 something now. There will be people that are stuck. 71 confirmed. There was one already that was out, wasn't there?
Was there?
Oh. Yeah, somebody was at a wedding or something.
Oh yeah, Danny Ryder was out.
Danny Ryder,
yeah,
he'd already confirmed that he wasn't coming.
Yeah, so what's going to happen, guys, when we get to the first break, that's when the stacks will come out of play if someone hasn't turned up, unless they have messaged the casino saying they're running late.
Yes.
And then what will happen, we'll consolidate the tables down. So, for example, there's 9 tables we got to start the day. So they'll probably go to 6 or 7 tables after the first break. Yeah. And then it will be played out from there. Exactly.
Any more questions, please fire away. We're here for the NPL, and if you want to see the players, people that were there, they are all the players that could have made it down or trying to make it down, getting down. And I think you heard that somebody called Jack Oliver has just taken his seat. Massive round of applause in the room, finishing 3rd in the biggest event in the world. I've not seen Josh. Well, he is here because Mum and Dad have now gone off to Buckingham Palace to see Liz.
I saw Vinny this morning.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing Josh must be here as well.
Yeah, I saw Vinny and Enid as I walked in, and they're off to see Liz at some palace somewhere. You know, and they're going for a wander around, see if they can wave and see. But Josh will be in the building somewhere. So there's plenty of people have made it down. There are obviously a few. There are obviously a few with travel problems, but who could have predicted Storm Arwen 6 months ago when it was announced? So, Towers treble, got it. It's on. Better stick it on. Get your commands, no. Baby.
Oh no.
Get your.
I forgot it was Saturday. I forgot it was a Saturday.
Grosvenor Sport. We will be. Are we having a day 2? Can't be having a day 2 booked for tomorrow, surely? Or is it just the grand final?
No, it can't be, because we'll have like 180 odd players coming back from the Millie tomorrow. So yeah, I doubt there's going to be a book for tomorrow.
And please don't be upset tomorrow when we don't crown a champion of the day 2, because we will be doing a 12-hour live stream. But as you'll be aware, the live stream will finish around 6 a.m. Well, if we'd have carried all the way through, it'd be 6 a.m. in the morning. Obviously, we're not going to be doing that because of obviously work restrictions. We've got obviously sleep, players, people watching at 4 in the morning. What we will do tomorrow is play down a full 12-hour live stream as normal, and leave them to it. And if we get the result, we get it recorded, well, obviously, fingers crossed, we'll do that. But we have Towers treble.
I'm ready on the commands. I'm ready. I'm about to type
it in. Are you ready?
I'm on the commands.
Oh my days. If you get yourself on Grosvenor Sport, Towers treble today is Bournemouth. Bournemouth are on fire at home. They can't lose. They're playing Coventry. All right, Coventry in the top 6. Bournemouth can't lose. It's already down.
I'm in.
Stoke City.
Okay.
Playing great at home. They're actually playing the team directly below them, which is why they've got the value at 23 to 20. Good price. And the third team is a team that's not going to let me down. Port Vale. We have a treble of Bournemouth, Stoke City and Port Vale. It's 6.5. Get yourself on. If you want to make it a 25 to 1 acca, I'd Rotherham United to draw away at Oxford. There's your 25 to 1 Acker.
And it's in the commands.
Towers treble, Grosvenor Sport, Bournemouth, Stoke City, and Port Vale. We're in it. We're on it. We're gonna. We're like that. Good luck, everybody. The command is there.
Yeah, 20k starting stack. And Super King, how'd you qualify for the NPL? So the National League that we just popped up, you get points for playing throughout the season. Online events, the 30-30s, next year it's going to be the 25-25s and deep stacks, your UKPT tours, side events. You just get all these points, and then the top 79 get themselves into the playoff. Or if you finish in the it top 8 this year, got a 10k package?
Yeah, by the time all the money had been collected, they were adding a couple of seats and a couple of prizes, which is excellent. All the 2% that were collected, they were put straight back into the players. We have a couple more players coming in. Afternoon Gullimath, supposed to be at Scunthorpe away, but being poorly for over a week and had to blob it. So it's just us this afternoon for the entertainment. Well, we're a poor substitute for watching Scunthorpe and Bradford City, but well, we got the heating on. So we have 2 more players. As you can see right there, the table draw was done. The stacks are there, so everybody is there who should be in the mix.
Big thanks to Oakley as well, bring us in some biscuits this morning.
What was that?
Got some chocolate hobnobs, some bourbons.
He did tell us.
I wonder why he was asking our favourite biscuit.
He said to us yesterday, what's your favourite Dunkin' biscuit? So I went the chocolate hobnob, got some good, total agreement. And you went bourbons, I have to do bourbons. Here they come! You know the 2 stone that I lost during lockdown?
Do you know what, we're going to need a wider pan, ain't we, for the comms can.
We've got 6 weeks off after this event.
Yeah, but it's Christmas. We'll do a lot of eating and drinking over Christmas. It's going to be fun.
Hiya Super King, will we be streaming any of the MIDI? We're doing a full 12 hours tomorrow. We're doing a 12-hour live stream tomorrow, which incorporates the start and however many we get down to. Yes, there'll be people saying, why aren't you streaming until the end? But last event was something like a 17-hour day for players who played. Yeah, it has been a bit breezy everywhere. Any word on Grosvenor if they'll be running the Christmas cracker between Christmas and New Year? The Christmas cracker is online. The Christmas cracker will be just before Christmas, and in between Christmas and New Year there will be the G-Coupe.
And Super King, as Tar just mentioned, will be streamed the MIDI.
Yeah.
30-minute clock for these guys today. So going to be 4 levels per session. Get a rotation of the featured as always. Every 2 hours. They're going to be fairly similar to a day 1A here of or day 1B of a GUKPT. These first few levels, just a lot of small pot poker. Not expecting too many people to get out of line this early on. And Tara's treble is up in the chat for you. Let's just check it's working. It's in.
We've gone for value.
So Renee, ace queen here raises to 300. Eight, 5 deuce, 2 spade board. Renee going to continue here with the ace high for 200. And going to get some resistance from Danny. He's going to make the call. And this is just going to be a pretty easy check for us now on the turn as Renee, assuming Danny's playing in float. 7 of spades. Does check it behind, and the 3 of hearts on the river. So just expect this, if it is checked to Renee, for her to check behind with the ace queen. And Danny's probably just got 5 or a deuce here a lot of the time. Maybe even a 7, which is a straight draw. Well, there it is, Jack 5 of clubs.
Press them down a bit with like some air on them. Get out now, okay? Ah, right. That's what's doing it. That's what's doing it.
So, well timed button 3 bet here from Danny with a 7-6 suited against Rich's cut off open with a queen deuce. Just attacking cut off opening range here. Nice little hand selection to do it with, but looks like Renee's got a decision here in the big blind. We are 4-handed, so going to be a lot wider. Continues, but nice little 3 bet bluff pick up there from Danny. Good to see early doors. So Rich should get into open. Yeah, again, this time Jack 10. And Renee going to peel the 8-3 of diamonds in the small. The small blind is the same as the big at the moment. Ace, Ace 7, 2 heart. This should be going the way of Rich a lot of the time. Going to have lots of C bets on this board, but opt to check behind. King of diamonds on the turn does bring in flush draw for Renee here. And now this is a good card for Rich to fire. 300. Renee out of position here. Might even choose to flat or 1 card to come tower, even though we are out of position. She pings it on the end.
Ping!
4 of diamonds.
Runner.
And checks it over to Rich once more, who going to come in for another street here. Try and represent an ace perhaps that he checked back flop, but going to get the bad news once Renee comes in for the raise here with her flush. I'm just thinking what size to make this here in this spot. I can definitely have some check back aces Rich on the flop, so might even size up a little here, Renee.
Yeah, she has raised.
And just a snap fold from Rich.
Afternoon, Mum.
How are you doing, Mother? Afternoon, Paul. Fletcher.
All right, Fletch. How did the night out in London go? What happened? Tell us what happened, Fletch, on your night out at Polo Towers or whatever it was called. Where can you find the point system for the league and which tournaments count? Poker Live app and GrosvenorCasino.com. All events over £100 buy-in were for the NPL last year. So the 30-30s, the Old UKPT, all the side events. Obviously there were no deep stacks live. Most of the online big events, the closer was on there. The seasonal specials were there. All the events that Grosvenor held, the online GKPTs and the 25-25s.
I'm going to free bet this one, Renee, if she is reaching for chips. That will see her flatten the Queen Deuce. So has opted to free bet. We are short-handed here now, so are going to have a lot more lighter free bets, assuming that the rest of the table are opening the right range and playing a bit more loosely. And now action back over to Danny here with the King Queen. Out of position, four-handed. Is he thinking about four betting this one? This early on? He's just going to make the call. Oh, he has. Is he four bet? He has four bet. Love it. Up to 3.8.
Right.
Nice there from Danny. Cut off versus button effective. I know it was a hijack, but we're four-handed here, so effective cut off versus button, and really nice hand selection to four bet with that. And it gets the job done versus Rennie's Queen Deuce.
Got slow rolled into second. Someplace in Cornwall won it, they don't even have a poker night. That's scandalous. Thursday nights are the best nights ever in the White Lion. It's a good effort. Second out of the whole country. Fantastic effort. We are thinking of making a trip to the White Lion.
Was it Wrightington?
We're at Wrightington, yeah, near Wigan. During the season next year.
We'll go and play the Thursday night comp.
Absolutely. We'll flick it in. Have a drink with the locals.
So Rich opening the Jack 6 suited, and Danny just opting to flat this time with the Ace 10. Maybe just aware how active he's been early on. Maybe he thinks he'll get a bit more resistance, so happy to just flat in position, take a flop.
King eye flop.
And nice little flop here for Richard. Flopping flush draw here with the Jack 6 suited, but not going anywhere with the Ace 10 height. Is Danny four-handed. Ace high will be the best hand some of the time, and 6 on the turn does actually give Rich the best of it now. Turning pair to go with his flush draw and facing second barrel here. Danny getting out of the way as expected.
Bring Jack Oliver. He ain't achieved nothing without the Lion Thursday bad beat on his rap sheet. Oh, it's great to see Jack back in town. Obviously, going to be playing the grand final next week. Mel, we're feeling for you. It is amazing how that team. Just had a picture of Andy sent us a little vid from Liverpool last night, just outside Liverpool. There's about 15 trees on the same street, all down. It must have blown an absolute hoolie. So we start with 200 bigs, 20,000 starting stack, 71 down to 21 for the prizes. The travel disruption yesterday, unfortunately, meant that some of these players didn't make it. We'll show you the list of the players that are in for the prizes straight after the hand. Rene flopping 2 pair. Danny's going to come in for a bet. Rene will call.
Yeah, Danny, pair board here, ace high rainbow. Going to have lots of continues on this one. Don't have to go big. Opts for quarter pot. And Rene, four-handed here, Tower. It's a bit of a different scenario when flopping top pair. You could even see her raise this small in this situation. A bit different to full ring, how we might opt to play this one. And there is the raise from Rene, raising this one for some protection purposes. Makes it 700. Interesting spot here for Danny with the ace queen, and just gives Rene credit for it. But here we are, we'll chuck these up for you guys. National Poker League. This is all the players that have made it through. There we are.
What we got? Oh, we got there. That was a quick scan. Some big names in there if you know anybody that is making it down.
Tom Hall's in there. I forgot. Is Tom Hall here today? You seen Tom?
I've seen Tom walked in. Yeah,
Tom.
he walked into the ball.
Seen Chris Cunliffe. Seen Craig Dawson. So they are the players that have made it through to this playoff. We will be here in the comms box until finish today. So glad you enjoyed last night's stream, Sean.
Yeah,
I loved it. I did. Loved it. Yeah, so Rich just flattening the aces here out of the big blind. Got a lot of time for it, and he's going to get rewarded. Oh, no, he's not. Look at this turn. King Deuce of Jonathan turning 2 pair, and very unfortunate this for Rich. Top and bottom for Jonathan, and Rich sat here with aces. They're going to lose some chips in this one. Oh no, he's not. Finds the ace on the river, checks it, and
easy game.
Rich gonna be loving life once faced with this bet from Jonathan. Now sitting here with the nuts, so he has got rewarded for the flat from the aces. We've got to think about hands that Jonathan's going to go this large with, especially when we've got 2 aces in our hand. Like, it's so hard for him to have an ace in this spot, so does opt to raise this one up. Makes it 8.2k. And going to leave Jonathan with just over half starting if he calls here, and he's incorrect. It's a really, really tough spot here, four-handed early on. After Rich finds an ace from space on the river, giving him the nuts. And Jonathan here, two pair, four-handed. And the thing is, as Jonathan, we got to think about hands that Rich is going to call our raise on the turn with there, and this ace isn't really relevant from our perspective. Like ace 7's probably going to fold, ace 6 probably going to fold, ace king we expect a free bet pre, so basically value wise it's like 6s and 7s that he's played very trappy here in this particular scenario. So this is a horrible spot here for Jonathan early on here in the playoff. This really isn't nice. 82 bigs here, this raise on the river. It's like, it's for another 50 bigs of Jonathan stack. This, does he ever raise value from worse? Does he ever have a bluff in these spot? All these questions got to be going through our head. Like, is he ever going to do this with a 6-7 suited type hands, even 6-7 off defending out the big blind? Is he ever going to have that in there against this river sizing? Maybe not. Might just opt to flat that one. So this is not nice for Jonathan. Because this ace seems pretty irrelevant once he calls our raise on the turn, because shouldn't really have any ace-x except from maybe ace king, but that's going to free bet pre-flop, so maybe rules that out of the range. Ace 7 maybe. Ace 7 of clubs actually, ace deuce of clubs, but we got the deuce of clubs in our hands, so maybe ace 7 of clubs. He's thinking about one combo. The ace 7 of clubs is definitely a hand that probably crossing the mind of Jonathan here. I don't think he'll be thinking about the aces. There's the claps going around the route for
for the set on the river.
For the set on the river. Yeah, that is Spanned. You can hear chuckling in the background, Gully. That is Spanned. He's on the beers already. Come in. It weren't even midday, and Spanned's got a pint in front of him. Back to this hand, because ace 7 of clubs is the main hand we're worried about. I think here Tower. Maybe slow played sets of 6s, 7s can be in there as well. Like, so one combo ace 7 of clubs, 3 of 6s, 3 of 7s. That's about it. Because I don't think Rich is ever going to think. I don't think Jonathan is ever going to think that Rich has got aces in this spot. I think he's just ruling out aces for sure, and makes a very, very good fold with his 2 pair. Guess just didn't think Rich was ever going to bluff. It's hard to see what hands he's going to bluff there, especially in this format. This being a satellite, once you're out, you're out.
I like moving a dead stack to balance the tables. Has to be done.
So nice pass there, four-handed, passing his 2 pair. Well played from Rich with the aces. Getting probably near max. Should we have a look around the room, Tower, see what's going on?
Let's have a butcher's see who's here.
Everyone.
There's Josh.
David G.
David G won the passport.
Yeah, back in 2018.
Josh mustn't top 10 in the league. He was. I think he eventually finished in the top 20. Well done to Josh. Won the 30-30 in Blackpool. Gary Whitehead. There's the chef with a new haircut. The chef Brad.
Look at his hoodie. He's got a hoodie with his face on. He's got the top underneath with his face on.
And he's got the Twitch with his streaming on it. Sean Bidoff.
David Crane.
I thought Sean Bidoff didn't make it today. Sean has made it from Blackpool. Obviously got the later train down. There he is. How do you come down now? Back down? Do you think he's back down to earth yet?
Yeah, probably still not, Tower. What it must be. Must be great. And look, he knows he's going to get it a lot today. He knows he's going to be getting it a lot. He will have had it
for the last month, let me tell you. If you don't want to play, if you want to play the game and you want to be successful, and you end up on the final table of the biggest event in the entire world, expect a camera to be plonked in your face at some point.
Yep. And above average flop, I'd like to point out for Renee here with the King 9, and she's playing this one sneaky.
Any tens about?
Yeah, it becomes a 10. Chef Brad's Barmy Army. I'll tell you what though, he does put on a spread with them desserts, doesn't he? They are nice. I might even have one in a minute. When Tower goes on the tea run at some point, I might have to.
When Tower goes on the tea.
I'm barred from back there. I walk back there, they look at me like I've just, I don't know, like I've done something really bad. I get a death stare. Like, you shouldn't be back here. This is staff only. This is the Vic. Two Jonathans and 3 Dans on this table.
Good afternoon, Mark. Good afternoon, gents. Why are the feature table missing players? Are they no-shows and are their chips in play? Yes. Yeah, we have missing players, whether it's due to travel disruption or not being able to get there. We know of obviously the storms that hit and battered the length and breadth of Britain yesterday. Not a lot we can do with the schedule. We can't replace it or anything like that. 50 or it must be nearly 60 now, I think. They've turned up. They're just the no-shows. There might have been people not turning up as well and not being able to make it for whatever reason. And yes, the chips are in play from the start because this is a satellite basically into it's a playoff for the prizes, so the chips are in start, or else everybody just turn up when you're in the money. So yes, the chips are in play from the start. There will be a decision regarding the dead stacks as to what time they get taken out to play. Me personally, I would take them out after the second break, which is 4 hours. Gives people plenty of time if they want to reschedule getting down to London, or up to London, or across, or wherever you're from. That's what I would do personally. But most tables are short-handed to what we are used to.
Gully, unfortunately, no. I went straight home to bed last night. Straight home to bed. So Danny here, we've already seen a couple of light 3 bets from Danny, and we saw him with 1 4-bet bluff as well. So Danny, tough opponent to have at a short-handed table because he's going to be 3-betting a lot light, and Renee here just picked up on it. She's aware that Danny's been very, very active and just takes initiative here. Comes in with a cold 4. This is very good from Renee here, Tower. Just aware, being 5-handed in this spot. Danny's going to be 3-betting fairly wide versus cut off open against Richard. So Ace Jack here becomes very nice for us to come in with a cold 4, and it's now back over to Danny here, who does have a beautiful once appeal on the button, but just in this sort of format, I think I'm more often than not going to see it going to the muck tower, and that's exactly what he does. But credit to both there. Good poker being played, short-handed at this table.
Good question from Kyle watching on Facebook. Is there an argument for chip stacks being relative to your points in the league table, instead of someone just making it being the same starting stack as from bottom to top? Yeah, there is. The thing is, if you scraped into the playoff and say you had a 4,000 starting stack and you had to make your way to London, would you turn up? I don't know if the decision. I totally understand what you mean regarding if you finished 8th or 9th, as Will McMurray did it on 750 points, and the person finishing in 80th with 300 points on a level playing field. Yeah, agree what you mean. Agree in principle what you're saying is put everyone on a level playing field now. I think more people will definitely turn up because they're all on a 20k starting stack. But I totally understand where you're coming from regarding having a bigger stack if you're finishing 10th in the league rather than 80th. It's a fine one and it's a tough one to call, but that was the decision, I'm guessing. 100 chip difference per place. So everybody will start with 20,000 and then have 100 chip points over that to where you start. Yeah, I like that idea. That's a good one.
Yeah, so like someone.
If you get somebody a minimum starting stack of say 10k,
so it'd be like 12k,
Yeah.
12.1, 12.2.
Yeah,
for
I like that.
rounds. Yeah, that could work.
That could work. That could work. Yeah. Highest place finisher will start with 28, lowest will finish with 20. Yeah, I like that. That's a good idea.
Interesting spot here for Danny because once Renee calls on the King Deuce Deuce Rainbow board, like it's going to be a lot of King X there once she calls out the small blind. But this ace is going to be a lot better for us as the opener. But the thing is, we need to understand we're not going to fold the King out to a second barrel. So we're going to have to go bet a lot of the time here with our Queen 6. So if we are firing turn, we want to be firing all rivers as well. Otherwise, it's just going to be better to give up on the turn because Renee still going to be calling here with King X because she should be aware Danny's going to be repping this ace almost always here, and he's opened in the cut-off into a dead stacks big blind, so he's going to be fairly wide here. So Renee should be calling once more with the King X, but hopefully Danny's already run it through his head knowing that Renee's going to call turn with her King X and then hopefully fold rivers once we come in for the third barrel. So there's actually a little interesting little hand that's going to ensue here. So Renee should just be calling again here, and then it's very interesting to see whether Danny's going to unload the clip on the river because we have to make that decision on the turn. We should be aware we're not folding out a king to a second barrel, so we are going to have to fire the third on the river. And I'm really intrigued to see whether he does or not because if we're just going to fire turn, it doesn't have too much merit. Maybe we fold out some like 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, these type of holdings, but more often than not Renee's going to be weighted towards a king, so we need to be aware that the second barrel on the turn's not going to fold out a king. However, the third barrel on the river is going to do a very good job of doing that. So if Danny does unload the clip here, it's going to be great poker from him. Really good from Danny this, guys. Really nice from him, firing 3.5 into 3.8 and really putting Renee in a spot here with King 8 in the small blind. Danny's going to have plenty of ace-x that open in this particular scenario. And the thing is, from our perspective as well as Renee, like we're going to be aware Danny knows we're just going to be so weighted towards a king here, and that's really nice poker from the man in seat 9. Been impressed with him early on here. Nice stuff, good to see what we like. So guys, if you just tuned in, this is the MPL playoff. We are playing down till close today. Not sure how long it's going to last, but not sure it's going to be as long as 12 hours, what we're used to on stream. But after this session, dead stacks around the room are going to be getting taken off unless people have messaged the floor saying that they are running a little late because of unforeseen circumstances with the weather at the moment. But after that as well, what will happen, the table's going to be consolidated from what they are at the moment, 9 down to probably 6 or 7 because of the no-shows. And then it will be played out until all prizes have been won. So Jonathan opening under the gun, pocket 9s, 5-handed now as player takes a seat in seat 1. Queen 6, 2 diamond board. Good flop here for the 9s of Jonathan. And really surprised, didn't see Jonathan continue this one. The 9s on the Queen 6, but opts for the check call. Ace of spades on the turn. Guess maybe he just thinks Ollie's going to have a fair amount of Queen X peeling in the cut-off, but we are 5-handed. Ranges are going to be wider, or at least they should be. And 3 of hearts on the end, and the 9s get the check mark, and Ollie not opting to bluff it, and the 9s of Jonathan going to take that one. half-hour clock. 20k starting stack. Decent structure as well. I've seen the structure starting at 100. Plenty of play for these players. Will get very tight when there's around 30 players left. I can tell you that already. In about 6-7 hours time probably. And then Keith on YouTube, thanks for tuning in. Something a bit different for everyone today, like last night. If you did tune in last night, we had a very watchable PLO stream. That's up on our YouTube channel now. On social media, you can find us Facebook, Twitter, at Grosvenor Poker for live stream coverage /GUKPT on Twitch and YouTube. If you do hit the follow or subscribe button, will help us out, get notifications when we are live streaming. There's been nothing official about the online playoff, says Keith. I'll tell you what, I'll wait till PK's just doing some work on the floor at the moment. When he's back in, I'll ask him about that for you, Keith. Get some confirmation regarding the online playoff. Rich opening the ace-4 and Renee king-9 off here in the hijack. Happy to just make the call. Of a 6 deuce deuce rainbow. So ace high, Rich still the best hand, so nice board for us to continue on. Paired rainbow. Hard for Renee to connect. Yeah, it's in the chat, John. I'll put it in for you now. Tower's just on the tee run at the moment, getting the old hot drinks in. So Renee does opt to raise this flop here, and Rich having none of it.
Oh, tee!
Oh, you got on a tee run, and he's come back without the tees.
I went to see how many of no-shows there were. There's 18, and chips have been taken out at the end of the first break at this moment in time. If nobody shows up, they might reconsider.
A quick one before you go get the old op drinks in. Keith says there's no confirmation about the online playoff as of yet.
Oh.
There's been nothing official about it. Do we know?
And when it is,
Yeah.
I will send a message. I don't actually know at this moment in time, Keith, but I will send a message right now and find out when the online playoff is. Thanks for pointing that out to us. Would you like a tea?
I'd love a tea, please, Tower. Thank you. Ooh, 10-9 suited for Rich. Going to opt to limp this one. And Danny comes in with the instant punishment, raises to 400. Renee's just asking if that's a big blind or a limp from Rich. Is a limp. It's already started, the Egyptian King on YouTube. Ask when the 2022 NPL launch is starting. It's already started. The grand final is the first chance to get your points towards the NPL, and then obviously the events that are going to be occurring next year. There's 25s coming up in December, so it's actually already started. And glad you're enjoying the stream. I'll tell you what, I'll chuck the 25s up after this hand as Danny continues for 300. Going to have more ace-x here, but the 10-9 of spades not going anywhere after limp calling, and definitely not going to be going anywhere on this particular turn card if faced with a double barrel, but opts to check this one behind Danny. And the 10 on the river, slight improvement for our hand as Rich, and going to come in for some value. And afternoon, Adam Wells on Facebook.
Afternoon. T-Boys here. What you got? Hang fire. Not having this.
Fell on my feet.
So 18 no-shows at the moment. There is a discussion going on regarding when the dead stacks have been taken out to play. But all I can say is, if you are on your way down and you're watching the live stream right now in the car or on the train or on the bus or by any means, and you're definitely coming down, please contact the casino. They will get the message to the card room that you are turning up, and your chip stacks will not be taken out of play. So with it being a satellite, basically a satellite, with it being a playoff with 21 prizes, the chip stacks had to go into play to start the day because they couldn't just stay with Startist. They could turn up whenever they wanted to. Hey, how's Wellington? This is the final. This is not the final table. This is it's an NPL, the National Poker League playoff. 71 players were in the top 80 in the league, and 71 playing for 15 £5,000 packages, 2 £1,250 seats, and 4 £250 tokens.
So ace 4, 3, 2 club flop. Great flop here for Jonathan after opening the king 7 suited, flopping the nut flush draw and ace high board. Gets it through.
This league is online or any live or only live. The league was a balance of events on Grosvenor Poker online and live events. Obviously, since we came out of lockdown, then obviously live was became more prominent to a lot of players. So all GUKPT events, all the side events in a GUKPT festival, the 25-25s, the 30-30s, the online, all the online 25-25s, GUKPTs and all the events had points towards them, and the National Poker League ran for nearly 12 months, and you get into the top 80 and you ended up playing live here in London, and that's how it works. And they're doing it all again because we've already started for next season. This festival is the first for next season.
Yeah, two decent hands colliding here, Tower, 5-handed, so Rich not going to be going anywhere with the ace-jack suited, button versus small, that's for sure, and obviously just flat, which is fine in position. Danny's been fairly aggressive, could sometimes maybe fall better offsuit, but just happy to flat the suited variety of the ace-jack. Now action on Danny here, 9-6-3 rainbow board, so fairly dry. Going to opt to continue, doesn't need to go too big, looks like he's gone for third pot, and Rich not going to go anywhere with some backdoor nut spade possibilities and 2 overcards to the board. Oh, this is disastrous for Rich.
Diamonds on the turn.
Yeah, this isn't good here for Rich. Tower, he's definitely going to lose at least another street, maybe 3 streets dependent on river here, but especially after we flat, we're a bit under-repped. And we know that Danny's going to be repping this ace a lot of the time, whether he has it or not, after being the 3-better out the blinds.
If he is still planning on making his way down, so we can the stack.
Yeah. Just seen the message for Dan Morgan. Train gets cancelled. Is there any chance you can make it, Dan? If there is, what we'll do is tell the floor staff and they'll keep your chips in play, or is it just one of those very unfortunate things that has happened due to Mother Nature? Let us know, Dan, if you can. If you're still watching the live stream, let us know. If you are and can make it down, we'll get the message over to the floor and they'll leave your chips in play. If not, then it's just one of those unavoidable Mother Nature things called a storm. I still want to know anybody who's got an Uncle Arwin, because I've never heard of the name. Never mind, know anybody called it.
Sweet Life of Zach and Cody. Sweet Life of Zach.
Do we know where it comes from? Is it?
I don't know.
I'll let you know.
So just had to sort that out. Players not getting in, guys. Sorry about missing the hand, but Rich has to he's have to pay that one off a lot of the time on the river. Button versus small blind. Danny's been fairly aggro here, and he's going to rep that ace a lot of the time. Try and target some of our perhaps like 9-8 suited, 10-9 suited, Jack-9 suited that we're going to peel with position. But we're sitting there with ace Jack and the ace king, and Danny going to take that one. It's a nice little start for Danny, up to 30k. Yeah, really went for value there, Gully. Went really small, trying to maybe to specifically try and get some heroes from some 9x and maybe some ace highs that floated on the flop. Well, it's going to be a weird one today. I never have a first day session Towers treble kicking off. It's usually always after the first break.
Yeah.
Towers trebles out, guys. I know it's the only reason most of you tune in on the Saturday, so it's in the commands, in the Twitch. Afternoon, Gary. Gary McGaffney, good to see him yesterday. Chopped the PLO earlier this week. There's Rich opening the pocket fives, and Danny's an absolute nuisance on his direct left. Just pure aggression from Danny here, and Rich not going to go anywhere with a pair, going to make the call. But been really, very good to watch. Danny, the first hour, seems to know his stuff, playing very well. This is a nice little check spot for us here as Danny on the button tower with the Jack-8 suited. Definitely incorporate some checks in here. So he does opt to check after catching bottom pair, gut shot Jack on the turn. So turning 2 pair now with our Jack-8, and Rich checks once more. Horrible board for us here with the fives. Might even come in with a small bet here. Danny try and get some value from our 2 pair here. Opting to check behind and go for value on the river. The times that it's checked over to us, Queen of Diamonds on the river, very, very wet. Counterfeits our 2 pair, and the Jack-8 of Hearts going to be good.
Arwen was invented by J.R. Tolkien. It means noble maiden. So it's a female's name. I didn't even know that either.
He's decided. Yeah.
Players in the NPL, young levels from 100, big blind 200, and a big blind anti of 200. Next time, level 100, 200, 200.
So we'll find out when where is he? Where's the man? Ah, Dan Morgan. Unfortunately, Mother Nature has kicked me into to the conkers and stamped all over his back. Dan, that's very unfortunate. I'll let the floor staff know that you're not going to be able to make it. It is unfortunate, and yes, it's an absolute bad beat. You can that you don't want to tell, but unlucky Dan, and fingers crossed for another 12 months of cashing and getting points for the next NPL. Good luck for next year, and I'm sure we'll see you at the tables, but very unfortunate, Dan. We've also got a date for the playoff. The playoff for the online satellite, or the playoff for the NPL, is the 12th of December. I'm not sure if it's in the lobby at this moment in time, but it is the 12th of December. Yeah, we'll get more pans from around the room, Phil, and we will have a table change at the first break, which will be at 2 o'clock at 3 o'clock live and 3:30 on the live stream.
Good afternoon, Chelsea fan, tuning in on Twitch.
Afternoon, Gary. Thanks for coming to see us yesterday, pal. Hope you enjoyed the PLO, and well done on your week in London. Had a very successful week down in the Vic playing. So well done to you, and good to see you. One thing we don't need anymore at this moment in time are desserts.
Yeah, or biscuits.
Or biscuits. Thank you very much anyway. But if the owner of the leading Ferrari showroom on Park Lane is listening,
the one we went past the other night, yeah, that was.
If the keys to the grey DB11 is still available.
Imagine someone just rocked in with some keys, chucked us a pair of keys. But there are, lads. So,
Is Ricky playing?
Oliver,
Is Ricky playing?
we want a package.
Oh, he's won a package.
Yeah. I said the same thing to Span. I walked out when, like 5 minutes after it started live. I saw Span in the bar, and I went, "Out already?" He went, "Or he won one." I was like, "Oh yeah, of course you have."
Riggy's been down in London, but there's no events on till later. It's day 1C of the MIDI, which is the Turbo.
And that got 300 runners to day 1B yesterday, so that's going to be a massive turnout. Another massive prize pool.
301. The Turbo starts at 6 PM. There'll be over 100 runners for the Turbo.
So a great start for Danny in seat 9. I've got a good feeling about your treble today.
Awesome.
Like a proper good feeling, not just a good feeling that I have all the time.
I got
like
a feeling.
Proper good feeling.
Jay's got a feeling. I like it.
It's so due. It's so due.
It is.
Didn't you have Stoke and Port Vale in there last week as well?
Did I?
Yeah, I think you did.
Oh my days, did I really?
Yeah, you did. I'm pretty sure both Stoke and.
Stoke. No, I just had Stoke at half time, didn't I?
Oh yeah, that's right.
They were fourth. They were for the Acca. And I feel Port Vale are better at home because they were winning 1-0, they lost 2-1, or winning 1-0, they lost 3-2 or something like that. Last minute winner cost us. That's correct. Yeah, they have lost the last 2, Port Vale, but I am thinking that they're going to turn it around.
Yeah, I think we're all going to be a different feeling, but a feeling nonetheless. Hopefully we'll all be happy at 5 p.m. Everyone, bit of money. Get yourself on Grosvenor Sport. 2 hours treble. It's in the chat for you. Port Vale, Stoke and Bournemouth. And then had the Rotherham draw for 4-timer. Fancy that. So Renee got a nice 1-2-3 bet potentially here. And that's exactly what she's going to do. Very nice hand selection for her. Ace blocker in there. Very good from Renee. And gets the fold from Oliver. It's a nice pick up there with the 3 bet bluff from Renee. This is level 3 of the day. So Danny opening the ace king. And going to be fireworks here because Renee and Danny have been the 2 most active this short-handed table, playing it correctly, playing a bit wider, 3 bet and lighter, how you should be playing short-handed, and now could see some fireworks between these 2 as Renee opting to 3 bet to 1.6, and it looks like Ben's got a decision here, and Ben's going to come in with a cold call here, Tower. What's this, like 8s, 9s, 10s perhaps for Ben here, Tower? 8s, 9s or 10s, something like that I expect. Maybe
she calls the 1.6. I think it might be. It might be 4s or 5s. Let's go for 4s or 5s.
I'm going to go with 8s, 9s, 8s or 9s, and
okay.
Danny's probably going to make this around.
I'm going for 5s or ace queen suited.
5.5, something like that, give or take like 500. Did you just set it in?
4 bet to 28.5.
Wow, just sets them both in.
Renee's going to fold. I think Renee folds this spot.
The thing is, Dan's been so active, Tower. He's really been the most active player at the table. He's just been amping up aggression. And I guess maybe he does this so it avoids the chance of Renee coming in over the top here. So if he 4 bet to like 5.5 and Renee ripped, it'd be a horrible spot for him with the ace king.
8s! Oh, you only called it spot on. The 8s can fold now. I think Rennie gets out of the way. I don't think Rennie was going to call with ace high in this kind of event. I think on a normal comp, she calls straight away.
Yeah, that's
really,
the
really
thing.
satellite, I don't think she does. Seats available from 21 down. I wonder if any of these players realise about the dead stacks as well, that they'll be taken out of play.
Yeah, that's the other thing as well. But she's basically only going to be flipping here. Danny's not going to do this with Ace Queen Tower in this particular tournament. So it's either going to be same hand or flip situation for us as Renee. I don't think he goes this size with aces or kings personally. I think he wants to try and eke more value out of those. But Renee here, I think you're right. After some deliberation, Tower, she's not going to be putting it in with the ace king. I think she'll just get out of the way. She'll wait for a better spot. Doesn't want to take a flip. No need this early stage. We're going to find better spots throughout the day. But what's going through her mind is how active Danny's been the first hour of the day. But there's the fold. And now Ben's going to have to do the same with the pocket eights.
Big bit of power poker from Danny.
I didn't want to make it 6,000 and then you call it just half flop.
Scared to play close flop with you, scared he's going to get home.
He's scared to play with it. He's scared to play with it.
You're too tricky
Guess
around
that is the top.
We'll see.
Aren't these king? Oh, yeah. I don't want to, 200 big blinds and shove all in.
I'm happy with
You need to do that. 28. Okay, crazy. I mean, it's a bit, embarrassed that all these king and then
I 3-bet full with Ace King on the stream in commentary.
they're probably watching you now.
in the main
What?
event, yeah.
When you folded ace king?
Well,
Oh,
it
yeah.
wasn't at the time, but like, me and Boise, we both had like 120 bigs and level 6, 6.1, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's one of those ones we usually not need to get involved, like,
Huh?
and you know, snap forward at the 3-bet. And that's when he just like snapped forward out again, he's 5 suited.
It's easy when you see it on the stream as well.
Yeah. Oh, no, I mean, to be fair, Jay, I was thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to get crucified for this. But Jay got an analysis spot on as he always does.
Yeah, but the thing is, I've still got 100 bigs. I don't know. He shove and I'll call his king. No. He's a 3-bet. I've got he shove one. And then he had a couple.
Oh, is it that?
What's the thing? She's not. Yeah, will you press them down there for me? I know it's a pain, I'll do it. That's good. Check.
So back to the game. Sorry about that, guys. Just had an intruder coming in. we just needed 2 minutes just to have a quick chat. But thanks to where is it? Sophie, thank you very much.
Afternoon, Swifty.
Afternoon, Swifty.
How many players left in, please? How many? I don't know if we've lost any yet. 55.
55 still in. We had 18 no-shows. 16 no-shows we had. Does that mean we've had no deliveries? No deliveries. No, we've had loads of deliveries. We've got cakes and all sorts going on. We're on 71 that started the day. I'm just going to check the app right now. We started with 71. There were 16 no-shows, which meant it was 55. and we are down to, well, it still says no eliminations.
So no one's gone yet.
Nobody has been eliminated in 2 hours nearly.
It's completely different because they know it's basically a freeze out now. They know once they're out, they're out. Like, people may take higher variance approaches at the start of the day 1A of a GUKPT because they know they can flick back in when they bust. But it does change that dynamic. You will see tighter plays being made. People may be overfolding spots. It's what we're going to expect. We're going to see a lot more of that, though. It should tighten up when we get close to the prizes. So I'm really intrigued to see how.
So 16 no-shows, and if you are going to make it down, you will have been watching the live stream for sure, because you'll have known that people will have been mentioning this, that and the other. If you are on your way down and you are a dead stack at the minute, and you know you're definitely coming, but you're going to be late, you have to inform, and that's the thing. I'm going to keep that as a thing, because apparently that's now. Can you ring me mum, or can you phone home? We do that, but please, you have to inform the casino or the poker room before the end of the first break, which is going to be in about 30 minutes' time. If you're on your way down, you can save yourself in the NPL by ringing the casino, telling them. If not, your stack will be taken out of the play at the first break. So for us, it'll be 3:30 live. It's going to be 3 o'clock. So please be aware that your chip stack will be taken out of play during the first break, which is, for us, is 3:30, but live it's 3 o'clock. So if you're on your way down, get on the phone.
Afternoon Woody on Twitch, afternoon Prism on Twitch. Good afternoon all, loving the stream, as always, keeping us entertained through the miserable weather. Thanks for tuning in.
The miserable weather. Kev Lowe says that the Bet365 stadium, it's elevated 2 stadiums with 2 corners open at both elements. What about backing the keeper to score from a goal kick? Don't worry about the weather, because Stoke are going to win. But I tell you what, the odds on the keeper getting a shot on target might come down a bit. It has been a bit blowy, shall we say.
And Chelsea fan asked if I saw the goal by Martinelli today. Nope, haven't seen it.
Would you want to?
Nah. not fussed. I'm guessing it was good.
So at least the Chelsea fans saying that it was an amazing finish when Arsenal played.
Yeah. Danny's probably going to free bet Richard again here.
Go on, Danny.
I think he's free bet him 5 times already. Tower. Rich is going to be sick of the sight of the man in seat 9, and he might even just flat now, Tower, because of that dynamics already there. Maybe he thinks Rich is going to think he's just going after him, but there is what was probably expected. Free bet to 1500. And Rich is literally going to be sick of the sight of this man. I think this is the 6th time he's been free bet by him. But it's how it goes. Danny just aware how we should be playing these short-handed situations, and playing it to perfection at the moment. Up to 36k. Really, really good start from him. Gets a beautiful flop as well, flopping the nut flush draw on a king high board. Not only really good for our free betting range, but we've got a big hand in terms of the nut flush draw, and going to take that one down away from Richard. Yeah, Cardsmith already started the 1K.
This is it.
Was the one that kicked it off last weekend that we had live coverage for. That was the first event for the MPL 2022.
Last weekend's live stream was the first one. We'll get we'll get a list of the 25s and the G400s that run in January and February up on the stream as well this weekend. There is plenty going on. And we are here for, this is the second weekend of 3. And there's plenty of good comments coming in from the cash game.
Yeah,
Live
loads of
stream.
people loved it. Loads of people really enjoyed the PLO live stream. Hope you guys did enjoy it. There might be more coming in the future. Saw some really good hands, some big pots. Like everything was there. There was big bluffs. There was like some decent calls. There was just punts in certain situations earlier on in the game, and just had pretty much everything for everyone watching. And that's what we want from a cash game stream. If you missed it, it's up on our YouTube channel.
It is
/GUKPT on YouTube. You can go back and watch any of the live stream coverage whenever you want. It's all on the channel. So Oliver here, 6-handed, fine to open this one, 8-5 suited in the hijack. Raises to 500. Gets a really nice flop as well. 7-3 deuce, 2 heart board.
I will after.
You can see them.
So continue gets through with the 8 high and the flush draw. Smells so good.
Sharing that.
And that was for them.
Jonathan involved with Queen 4, brings up top pair and a flush draw on the turn.
Yeah, but Oliver turning Broadway for the nuts in this situation, so definitely going to see some chips put in this pot on the turn, but just going to be calling here with our Queen 4 of clubs. No need to be raising this one. We've got a hand that can show down well, and obviously equity to make our flush. Oh, if that was a 7 of clubs, could have been a decent sized pot. Clubs getting their back door, but now a lot of the time just pot going to be going the way of Oliver after bet fold. Going to be difficult for Jonathan to call this one after Oliver being the pre-flop aggressor, checking back flop. Going to have plenty of ace-x in his range in this particular scenario, so going to be very difficult for Oliver to get a call here from Jonathan with his particular hand. And there's the snap fold. I'd like to think so, Chelsea fan. The thing is, even Conte came out and said it, didn't he? He goes, there's a lot of things wrong at this club after Thursday. It was like, there's a lot of work to do. It goes a lot higher up. I think a lot of people have been saying it for years as soon as Poch went. Doesn't matter how good a manager you are if there's problems at the top. But we'll see how we get on.
We're watching the NPL playoff. 71 players. We know a few haven't made it due to the weather conditions or they weren't turning up to start with. Storm Arwen, he wreaking havoc on the country. But we haven't had an elimination yet in the entire room.
Span makes a very good point. It says different dynamic in this comp compared to the GUKPT mains. Everyone in this playoff is competent and knows what they're doing because they've been grinding all year. In mains, you can often bank on having a couple of weaker or less experienced players at the table, which is spot on.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So just over half an hour to go until the end of the first session.
Yeah, blinds going up in 5 minutes' time. Take us into the 200, 300 level, maybe even 100, 300. I'm not sure on the actual particular structure on this one.
I guess it's the same as the GKPT, isn't it?
Probably think that.
Just on a 30-minute clock. Yeah, 100, 300. 2, 4, 2, 5, 3, 6, 4, 8. So same as the GUKPT. We're just on a 30-minute clock.
So this is nice from Jonathan here, tower. Nice hand to be incorporating some 3-bet bluffs in with. But everyone seems to be playing very well on this table, so even what Span just says, spot on. Like everyone seems to just be playing very, very good. No one really to pick on, which makes sense. All these players top 80 over the course of the year for the GUKPTs and the online events, and delay continue there from Jonathan, getting the best hand to fold. Nice from him with the ace-4 suited.
Is this played to a winner today? Yes, it is. What will happen is we'll have a bubble at 22, and then we'll have a different dynamic. We get down to 16 because there's 15 prizes for the 5,000s. So yeah, it's a different dynamic this one. When we get to 22, there'll be a bubble of the prizes. First 4 prizes are £250 tokens. Then 16, 17 will be 1250 seats into a GKPT, and then 15 and up we will get basically stop at 15 because everybody will be in the same 5,000 seats. No need to get to a winner, as it's like a proper satellite when you're playing for satellite into tickets for a GUKPT, and that's why play is totally different.
Prison Mars, what's the feeling for the midi day 2? Tomorrow seems a good feel. Well, we're going to have probably 150, 160 players coming back for day 2. It's going to be a good little watch. Gully says Span for the win in that one. I hope so, Gully. It's due a deep run this year, old Span. It is due. And in other news, the Towers treble
is underway. It's 3 o'clock.
Good luck if everyone's on.
Fingers crossed it's not losing yet.
Hoping the Shampoo's going to be coming out later after the playoff.
Players in the NPL, once you finish the hand, there is a 15-minute break. That's all players. Finish hand in progress.
Have we ever done a 2-hour session with not one exit?
Probably not, Tower. I don't think ever.
Probably not. Is that somebody coming in? Or we're just changing places? Looks like we might have just...
So blinds are now up. We've got half hour till the dead stacks are going to be taken off the tables. And then, like I say, we'll consolidate the tables down to probably 6 or 7, dependent on how many we're going to have in the field after the dead stacks are off. And then that will be it. We'll be playing it out. Playing down to the prizes. There's a rich opening cut off here with the King 8 once folded to him. I'm going to get the defend from Rene with the Queen 9. One 0 Liverpool, says Blue, already.
What? Chelsea fan said it's offside. 6-3 Jack Rainbow. 8 of clubs on the turn as it's checked.
Yeah, this has to be a bet now from Rich once Rene... if Rene does check this one over to us, it's going to have to be a bet from us here as Rich with the King 8. Although Rene might be thinking about leading this one with the Queen 9 cut shot to the nuts. But now Rich has got the green light to fire here with our 8, get value from big blind defend range. Going to have some 6x, 3x, even turn 8x. We got the second nut kicker here, so just feeling very comfortable about our hand here as Rich. So fires for 600, opts for third pot, giving Rene 4-1 on a call here. It looks like Rene's going to pounce on this with an overcard and gut shot. So he comes in for the old check rizzle to 1.9k, and Rich with this King 8, one of the better hands we're going to have here, and which has a delay continue on the turn, not going to be going anywhere, making the call. 5 of diamonds on the river. Some of Rene's bluffs do complete. 7-9 has got there. Just had a little look at Richard's stack. And what's going through Rene's head here, Tower, is the way Rich has played this hand. Once Rich has checked back flop, Rene, unless he's got traps in there like pocket jacks, pocket 6s, a lot of the time he's just always going to be capped at one pair, and it's very difficult for that pair to be better than a jack because of the check behind on the flop, and then the small delay continues. So Rene just sets Richard all in here with his pair of 8s, and this is really, really nice from her. Just understanding exactly where she is in the hand. Once Rich checks back turn, then opts for that third pot delayed c-bet. She's pretty confident that he's never going to have better than a jack here in this spot, and it's hard for him to have a jack. R3 opted to check back the flop, so Rene just attacking that here, trying to get some folds from 9s, 10s, 7s, 8x that opted to bet the turn. The Rich non-believer makes the call. Really good call.
That's fabulous.
And Rene shows him the Queen high and the King 8 of Rich. Very, very nice from him. He's made a stand and up to 18.8. And fair play to both players in that pot. That's good poker. That's what we like to see.
Yeah. Chris McGuire's dad's somewhere in the field. If he's on the feature table next, we'll let you know.
And this is what we got coming up, guys.
What we got coming up,
This is what we got coming up.
No.
So we're here Saturday the 27th at the playoff. Mini Main Turbo kicks off 6 p.m. today. Tomorrow, Mini Main Day 2, we have got live stream coverage of that. There's a £500 one-dayer, another grand final satellite. Then we move to Monday. We've got the high roll-up for the PLO yet. Hopefully won't be any Star of Primans involved in that comp this time. Then a couple of satellites move to the Wednesday live stream. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday then from us. 5 days to close out the year. And just
don't forget the old people on a Tuesday.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention the old seniors. I missed that under the high roller.
6 o'clock. Seniors late reg till 8:15. and then the last event, the £2 grand final.
Going to be massive. Really, really expecting a big turnout on that one.
Going to be enormous.
Lovely to see a £750,000 prize pool outside of the Goliath. So plenty to look forward to.
And plenty going on. And look back down, and René's got the Cowboys.
So René free betting to 2.9, getting no action from Danny with the old 10-5.
So I'll give you information regarding the dead stacks and who will have been eliminated by not turning up for the playoff. And we'll let you know, because if we lose 16 in one hand, we'll be down to 45, 55.
Yeah, great call it was, Chelsea fan. Didn't even think about it for too long either, Rich, which is really good actually, because the tank on the turn from him was obviously thinking what rivers he was going to call on, and obviously that was one of them. Didn't think too long about making his decision. Fair play to that man. King, middle pin.
Boomity boom for Charles, who just sits down. Charles Eel jumps to the table from Manchester.
Yeah, and opted to check back the 6 deuce here, Tower. And now we're going to have a nice spot to raise, because Ben's got to come in for value here. After turn goes check, check, and Ben does come in for value. And he's going to get the bad news, because Charles is going to be bumping this one up with a straight, and the old tilt the head to the right and look at the board and then raising.
No live tells anywhere, is there?
So he does bump it up to 4k. Okay, 2.2, sorry, I thought they were all the same denomination chip. So it gives Ben a nice price on a call here, getting just under 3-1. But I think if Ben picked up on, like usually like that, when someone like very emotive in their emotions and then comes in for the raise, it's just so rarely a bluff in these scenarios here. So Ben with the Queen 7, expect him to let this one go a lot of the time. It could be maybe up against some River 2 pair after he checked the big blind. He can have 10-5, he can have 10-4, he can have these hands in this particular scenario, but obviously probably rules out a straight, because probably thinks most of the straights are going to be betting the turn. So maybe putting his range specifically down to 10-4 or 10-5 in this particular scenario. Maybe 6-7 of clubs is something you could have, checking the straight as a trap with a flush draw as well. But I think just on how Charles tilted his head to the right, looked at the board and then raised, it's got to be a fold here for us as Ben. A good lay down from Ben in seat 3.
Playoff of the NPL. This is what we're streaming for the rest of the year. Oh, we've not ticked it off just yet.
Needs
the
to
cash
go.
game.
I can do it again. Get it again. We'll have it next Tuesday.
The NPL, the midi tomorrow might not be a 12:30 start for the team. We're going to have a discussion about it.
Yeah, we need to talk.
We're going to have a think about it. We're going to have a plan. Obviously, we need the team around it, but we'll have a chat. We'll definitely let you know in plenty of time what is going on regarding the live stream for tomorrow. We'd like to crown a champion live on the stream, but
the best. But
we still think it's going to be really late. But we'll have a chat. And then next week we've got the UK Heads Up Championships, the 6 match that were online. They're now live. And then the Haymaker. Come on, son! Boom! He's going to be in town. He's going to be here. David A and 7 winners of the weekly free rolls that have been going on online. PK finished second in one of them as well. So lucky. A £1,200 bubble, because he learned afterwards that it was £1,200 just for making it into the final table.
Yeah, terrible news for PK getting that team and come second. Good news for us though, because if something goes wrong, he's not going to be playing it. So
yeah,
we'll have someone here to help us out.
And then the grand final will be the biggest event
ever, probably, for a GUKPT.
We're looking at 750,000 as a prize pool for that. So we'll go back to the table. We've got the boots for John in 5.
And Rich is getting free bet relentlessly at this table, absolutely relentlessly. And to be fair to him, he made a stand versus Rennie that hand. Sometimes you feel like you're just being picked on, but we can see a fair amount of times he's been up against it.
Yeah.
It's just how it goes sometimes. It's just important not to lose your cool. Just keep playing your game. So ace jack of hearts for Rich, and Danny with the 7s. I'm just going to make the call. Heads up. Top 2 here for Rich, really nice flop for him. And the 7s of Danny, 2 overcards to his 7s, so not much going on for us here as Danny probably going to get out of the way, as he does. Snap folds.
Have we decided what's happening on Wednesday as for which gets streamed? What about all 3?
Yep.
Shall we do it?
Yeah.
Shall we?
Yeah.
Shall we just come in and do all 3,
Yeah,
shall we?
We'll do all 3.
Just for you, Chelsea fan, we're doing all 3. Is it a 1 o'clock start or a 12 o'clock start for the 6 max? 6 max starts at 6. I'm guessing straight after that will be the heads up.
6 max starts at 12.
What did I say?
6.
No, then I went max starts at 12. The 6 max starts at 12. Straight after that, I'm guessing it's just going to be straight after that, isn't it? The heads up?
Yeah.
That'll be the final of the heads up on the table as well. And then straight after that, we've got David here and the Haymaker. We're doing all 3.
Yeah, got a good day coming up Wednesday. Looking forward to Wednesday.
Yes.
Lots of different tournaments.
Yeah, it's been great to do totally different tournaments. This is different to a GUKPT. We had a cash last night. We've got the 6 max, we've got the heads up, and then we've got the Haymaker. What happens if he wins it?
I have no idea. I think it goes to charity. Everything David Hay wins goes to charity. It's a nice flop here for Jonathan. Want to be betting this one now for equity denial purposes. Oliver's going to have a lot of high cards in his opening range and don't want to check this one behind. Let him realise equity for free, so come in for a bet and just get the fold from the King Jack.
Once again, NPL players, take your seats. We'll be starting in 30 seconds.
So 15 minutes to go until the end of this session. New table will be on its way for levels number 4, 5, 6 and for 5, 6, 7 and 8.
10 for Oliver, going to be opening this one. And Renee, ladies got the ladies.
Ladies.
So expecting 3-bet and chips here, somewhere around the 3x remit. May go a little bit bigger, something like 2.2. Looks like gone with exactly 3x. 2.1 and quick fold from Oliver.
Players in the NPL. We are just about to get started for the next level, just to let you know.
Sevens for Oliver. So yeah, if you're on about Wednesday, we have got we've got all 3 events doing on Wednesday when we return for the final week of 3. It's been great doing all 3 weeks. Great from Jim, great from Sue and Rich to have a lot of faith in us doing the live streaming and the grand final. All the staff and everybody else. Jim put it together and said, "Are we going to stream events every weekend?" And we thought that was a good idea. And thanks to Sue, we've seen Sue quite a lot, not Richard, who went in the back as well, who basically now talks about poker and gets on the GKPT train. So thanks to them in the background for trusting us basically. And the numbers have been just incredible for 2021.
Been unbelievable, Tower. Been really, really good. Question here from Chelsea fan: after the undergun raise, would the Queens ever flat +1 trying to induce a 3-bet? The problem is, Chelsea fan, like Span mentioned earlier, these are very competent players that they're the top 80 in the league, so a lot of them very, very good. People don't usually 3-bet under the gun, open, then a +1 flat. Like they usually don't target this position because they're meant to have the stronger hands in their range, and gun 1 should know that, so they're going to have some strong hands as well, so people are probably less inclined to squeeze in those particular scenarios, so fine to just come in with a 3-bet there as Renee did in that situation.
On the river, Oliver taking the hand with the 7s. 10 minutes to go until the end of this first session of the NPL playoff. The other players in the live chair will not get a break with the rest of the field. Sorry if it's an obvious answer. Yeah, what happens is obviously if you're watching the live stream, so we work on a 30-minute delay, which means we commentate on the action that's happened 30 minutes ago, which means we can talk to you live. So everybody will stand up at 3:30. So the 30-minute delay incorporating in that means 3:30. Everybody in the room stands up, and then everybody comes back after the 15 minutes. They don't play and carry on the table. We work on a 30-minute delay, so we can chat to you in the chat boxes. And obviously, because we're in the poker room, whatever comes out the tannoy is live. Then obviously you'll hear that while we are talking to you right now. So when they announce the break live, that's 30 minutes ago to what we do on the live stream, which is why you will have heard announcements saying that players are on a break. But we're not on a break until the live stream catches up in 30 minutes.
New feature table when we get back after the break. Only need to mention one name really, Tower.
I'm not on it. Oh, what's his life earnings?
I don't know, I think somewhere over 3 million.
Over 3 million. It's good to get him on. Jack Oliver, third in the World Series main event just a couple of weeks ago. He's going to be on our feature table. And don't forget, 4 years ago, the lad was playing in the £30 student championships in Coventry, where we interviewed him when he'd just bagging up at the end of the night, and he got 3 finals the day after.
Destined for good things.
Absolutely.
Oh, Mel would have been on.
Oh, Mel's unfortunately not in it. She won't be making it down, so her chips will come out of play, so that will be one eliminated player. We will get a list of the players that do get eliminated from the rooms regarding dead stacks and who hasn't turned up. We will let you know.
So Ace King for Jonathan, opening +1, and Oliver here with the 6-5 suited on the button. Looks like he is going to incorporate 3-betting with this one versus the EP Open, makes it 2.2. He's going to get the bad news though once it's folded back round to Jonathan, because should be putting his 4-betting shoes on. Out of position here to Jonathan. But it's just going to flat here. Maybe I'm a bit wary that Oliver's 3-bet our EP Open, but the way this table's been playing, been plenty of loose 3-bets, even 4-bets flying around. We saw King Queen 4-bet bluff earlier from Danny. Queen Jack 7 rainbow board, and Ollie's going to have to come in for 1-bet here with this particular holding, bottom of our range here. Going to have to bet once a lot of the time, coming in really small potentially, but opting to check this one back, and definitely going to be a card that we're going to have delay continue on if it is checked over to us. But it's Oliver who is firing out with the Ace King here of his Broadway draw. He's more likely from a range perspective, once he checks back, he's going to have some King Queen, King Jack suited, Queen 10 suited, Queen Jack, these type of hands here. Oliver actually picking up and down here, so interesting to see how he's going to proceed. And opting to just flat and take a river. 11.3k in this pot, and neither player with a hand, and what a river that is.
The 10 of hearts on the river for Jonathan.
What a check. What a check, Tower. This is a great check. The thing is, he shouldn't really have Ace King here, and Oliver's more likely to have Ace King in this spot, so this is a river that Oliver might represent, because from his perspective, he's going to have the nut advantage here on the Queen Jack 10 board, no flush. He's going to have the Ace Kings here, and fires. There's the all in, and Oliver going to have to snap fold. He set them all in. Set them all in. Oliver shows the 6-5 suited and the Ace King of Jonathan. What a check that is on the river there, Tower. Really obviously thought about that one and thought this is a card where Ollie's going to rep here because he's got the nut advantage in terms of Ace King. So really, really nice there from Jonathan, and up to 34k, and Oliver now sitting with 11 bigs. Going to be less than that when we come back after the break, but nice little hand for you guys there. Enjoyed that one with 5 minutes left on the clock for the session.
Afternoon, the Carpet Catcher, watching the live stream. 4 minutes to go until the end of this session and a break. 15 minutes break and we come back with a new table that will include Mr. Jack Oliver. Anybody ever? Alfie Baldwin's played? No way! I've not seen Alfie Baldwin for 5 years. Alfie's played.
Howdy on Carpet Catcher, how are you doing? Alex on Twitch.
Oi, oi.
So Danny with the Queen Jack of Diamonds raising to 700. Ace 9 3.
2 spades.
So Danny continuing, Charles makes the call. Going to be a nice one for us to check behind here, this Queen, once this rolls off here for Danny versus Charles, big blind range. Going to have a whole host of spade combinations here, so Danny just understanding that and opting to check back the Queen Jack, and he's going to go check again here. They've got enough showdown here. Sometimes we're up against 9x, 3x and will draws as well, so
he says he thinks he's got a spade. Indeedy.
Did have a spade.
4 of spades by the sound of it. Just getting put it in. Ace 4 with the 4 of spades.
Just coming over the floor, letting the players know that we're going to be on a break very shortly, and we're going to get a new table.
Which means we're back at 3:45.
Hopefully at that time it'll be 1-0 Bournemouth, 1-0 Stoke, 1-0 Port Vale.
It's Tower Treble losing at the minute. Is any team losing?
I don't know. I'll have a look. To be honest, that's the way it always goes. At half time, we've usually got like 2 up, 1 draw, and then it just swivels. Maybe we need it to happen the other way.
You're right.
So Ace 5 suited for Danny. Going to be opening this one for sure. Yeah, Gully says no goals. There we are. So Ben, Ace 10 here on the button, expect him to be continuing. Just in the form of a flat.
Cheers, Gullymoff. Cheers, Kev. Ju's not gone to the match because it's too windy for her and her dad.
So interesting spot here for Jonathan out the big, and he has elected to squeeze here like this a lot, especially versus Danny. What we've seen from Danny already, been opening lots and lots of hands, been free betting very light, and this is actually a very nice 4-bet bluff candidate here with the Ace 5 of spades, and we've already seen him 4-bet bluff once here with the King Queen, and wouldn't be surprised if he went for it again with this particular holding. Ace 5 suited, obviously one of the best hands that we can have in our 4-bet bluff range. But it depends how light he perceives Jonathan to be. It's a great squeeze spot for Jonathan. Once he goes open from us, call, Jonathan's going to know that we've been opening lots of different hands, so maybe more inclined to squeeze lighter in this particular scenario. So he might just make it 10k here, Tower, with the Ace 5 suited, and I'd love to see it if he did. It would be great from Danny if he did. He's really thinking about it. And I think the longer that it takes, the more likely we're going to see the 4-bet from him, Tower. The longer that he takes in this spot, the more likely he is going to 4-bet the Ace 5 suited. And it would work as well, but really did think about it. But the Ace Jack getting that one through. And the King 3 of Charles
is not coming along for the ride, so we might just squeeze in one more.
I think we're going to.
Or are we not? Player 9 stands up, player 8 stands up.
That's
that
it.
is it.
We're on break, guys.
For the first time in a very, very, very long time.
Yeah.
No eliminations in the first session from any table. And that's what the playoff is all about. It's not about winning the comp, it's about surviving and getting into the top 21.
That's it.
We will be back with a new table that will include Mr. Jack Oliver. If you've heard of him, you've been watching poker in the last month. Jack is going to be on the table. We'll see you back here at 3:45 and another 2 hours of poker to be played.
We'll see you then, guys.
Catch you then.
Or at least I called him with the intent of calling on the river, and for some reason I bailed on the river. All I had to do was call 500,000 on the river. I'm going to bust him. The other guy has the tiniest stack ever, Eugene Todd, and so that one really hurt because I also had the guy all in. I think he had King 10 suited when I had Ace Queen. I had him all in. We had a flip one time, and so that one hurt. I mean, of course, when I finished second to Brian Rast, that's the one that hurt the most. Because I had him down to no chips, and the whole poker world was watching. The stands were full of people at 3:30 in the morning. That would have been the one, the Poker Players Championship.
Yeah.
I probably regret a bunch of those second places. I remember one in 1994 where I had 2 aces. And I had a guy named George Rodas on with a king and a 10. Howard Lederer had a short stack.
Yeah.
And he was on before the flop with king 10. And he somehow won. I remember it came Jack 10. And he turned to 10. And, I'd been waiting, moving in. Finally, I had aces. And that one I felt like I was supposed to win. And so there are times where you just feel like you were supposed to win a bracelet and it didn't happen.
Yeah. Apart from poker, you obviously write books. We've touched on that very shortly. I'm going to show you something very shortly on how we first met, and I remember it more than you, obviously. But you're in the New York Times bestsellers list, and we've got the brand new book out at this moment in time. But I have got this. I've got Deal Me In, and I have it signed.
Nice.
Because I was in London at the World Series Poker Europe, and we did the book launch. And I remember we went into a pub on the corner of Leicester Square. Myself and Paul, who still works with us, and we got the book. And this was a new release when it came out, and we signed it off. And I thought, do you know what? Phil Elmuth has just signed a book for me. And it's still pristine, by the way. It is pristine. It's got all the stories. My favourite story is the Devilfish story. I love these little books. But if you wasn't a poker player and a very, very successful poker player, would writing and being an author be right up there of what you would be doing on a regular basis?
I mean, it's very interesting. I think, this is the first time in an interview I've ever said it, but I think I could have been a motivational speaker pretty easily. That aligns well with me, but you have to accomplish something, I think, to be able to motivationally speak to people, I think. And it's an easier path to get there. So, but I could easily have been a motivational speaker. I could easily have been a successful businessman.
Yeah.
And could easily have been a promoter. So I don't really know where I'd be if it wasn't poker. But hopefully I would have written a book or two.
Well, that's there. That I was there when I was there with you, and it's signed for me by the great one. And then we know,
book. It's like 50 hand of the weeks, and so you read each one. It takes 2 or 3 minutes to read the story. Just kind of a flavor of what it was like. Deal Me In now, as I look back, is a flavor of what it was like to be a professional poker player in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s. Because that book came out, in 05 or 06?
Yeah. Yeah, and it's impressive. Where did Poker Brat get coined? Who was the first person to call you the Poker Brat? Or was it yourself?
No, that was not me. That was Andy Glazer.
All right, okay.
So Andy Glazer was, the all-star poker writer, right? And he, I have a funny story about how I met him. Should I tell it?
Yeah, of course.
So my wife and I choose a vacation, and we choose to go to a place called Esalen. Esalen's a very famous spiritual place.
Mm-hmm.
So we decide we're going to go study Buddhism with the master, the Lama Suryadas. Suryadas has become bigger and bigger and bigger in Buddhism and has lots of books out. So my wife and I go to Esalen for our vacation to study Buddhism. I'm like, hun, can't we go like a 5-star hotel somewhere? So we drive down the California coast. We arrive at the most beautiful place you've ever seen. One of the houses is right underneath a waterfall. But they have the natural hot springs there, but you're not allowed to wear clothing. Mm-hmm. So everybody has to go into the hot springs naked. And my wife chose not to talk. That was part of the training. And so I wasn't going to do much talking. And one day she's like, hey, I'm going to go get some food. And I'm like, I'm going to the hot tub. So the natural springs. So I go down there, no clothes on. And sitting across from me is this guy talking about what I think is a poker tournament. And I'm like, no way. Come on, this is a spiritual place. He's talking about a poker tournament. At the end of it, he's talking to one of I guess Andy worked there. Mm-hmm. And somehow I said, oh, I dabble a little bit in poker. He's like, oh, yeah. I'm like, yeah. I play here and there. And I was trying to be modest because that's what we were taught that week. Of course, this was during a time when I wasn't as modest in the 1990s. And I guess the world thinks I'm not modest, but they don't know me that well. But anyway, after you listen to this interview, I sound cocky. I'll give you that. So anyway, there's Andy. And he's like, oh, so he starts asking question. I'm trying to brush it off. Almost sorry I brought it up. And then Andy says, oh, what's your name? And I say, Phil Hellmuth. And he's like 6'6". The 6'6" big naked guy stands straight up out of the hot tub. And he says to his friend, that's like Michael Jordan saying that he dabbles in basketball, and like over and shakes my hand, walks over to shake my hand, this big naked guy, and I shake his hand. And we were connected after that. And he was a writer. And so he wanted to write my autobiography. And when I finally started writing the autobiography, he wanted to help me with my first book too, so now I sold my book to HarperCollins, and he wanted to help me, but he got sick right then. And so I wrote the book myself. He wrote maybe of that book, say it's 94,000 words. Andy wrote about 8,000 words. And, but I was, depending on him, but he was sick. So I started doing it myself, 1,500 words a day, every day. Bam, 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 bam. And it got easy because I'm writing about poker strategy. And so, but we had a long-term plan of him writing the autobiography, but unfortunately, he died.
Really, you touched on basketball there. Did you ever get a chance to play at a high level, or were you a big fan? Would you have loved a career in basketball rather than poker?
I mean, basketball would be great. I've been getting a little time with Draymond Green lately. He and I went on a little trip together for 4 or 5 days, and seeing how hard he works out even on vacation is pretty crazy. Basketball would have been amazing, but I think if you want, you have to be great at basketball if you want to make the big money, right? Yeah. A lot of the guys aren't great. Unfortunately, if you're the 50th best or maybe 100th best basketball player in the world, you don't do as well. Now that's changing, but I love basketball, and I was never world class. I mean, I'm 6'6" almost, and I could dunk, but barely. I probably dunked 5 times in life, so I didn't have the skills to play basketball.
We're glad you stuck to poker. In 2003, 2004, the poker boom was like it just exploded. Did you see it coming? What did you think of it at the time?
Yeah, I mean, I remember someone found me in 04, Michael Kaplan, a writer from New York, and he said, Phil, you told me in the 1990s that they were going to have in stadiums, and everybody laughed at you. And he said, now look, we're having the final in the Penn and Teller Theater. And not just finals, but also I thought there'd be so many, he said, you predicted there'd be so many players that'd fill a football stadium. And he said, you were so right about that. And so, yeah, I saw that coming, but then I didn't see it coming as fast. So I saw it coming in 1995. I thought it would happen earlier at a much slower pace. But no one saw it in 03 and 04 and 05 going on ESPN and exploding that and becoming a global phenomena. I didn't see that much. So, but yeah, I saw poker getting big.
Yeah, and now obviously you're part of the ESPN team that covers the main events, the final tables, the commentating. Do you still get a buzz when you're commentating rather than playing?
Oh, I love it. I love it. I mean, this year was one of my fun little stories. I'm on stage and whenever it's about once every 2 hours, they cut to me.
Yeah.
And this year it was with Maria Ho. And of course, Kara, who's amazing, and Maria, who's amazing. And so it's the two of them and me. And but I wouldn't commit to doing any of the comment. I wouldn't commit to any of that while there were tournaments still going on. And finally, I'm like, all right. So I played the $5,000 buy-in turbo event, and I think they were rebuys in it this year. So I busted. I went right into the commentary booth. And then I told Maury and I told ESPN, I said, I will be there for the rest of the time, even if I'm in the tournament. So I enter the 5,000 turbo, like literally at the deadline. I go over there and I play for 8 minutes. And then I come back and do the commentary. So I'm already dressed up as a commentator. And then, boom, they cut to me live on ESPN and on the global coverage. And that's so much fun for me. It gives me a huge buzz. When you're live in front of millions of people, like I've been live on Anderson Cooper, there's a huge buzz there, yes. So I got this huge going on. And the minute I'm done, I'm like, am I clear? They're like, yes. And so I disconnect one thing to make sure that they take the headphones off and I go, but I'm still connected. I can still what's hearing at the final table. And I go right back to play the tournament. And now I got my money in bad, which is very rare for me. Jacks against aces. I mean, I had to as a turbo. I hit a jack. I got it in bad one more time. Maybe it was like ace 4, and the other guy called me with 6s. I hit that. And so I'm getting lucky, which is, not my usual modus operandi as far as getting my money in bad. But I'm hitting some hands, and yes, I admit I was very lucky. And, 2 hours later, now I have to leave the turbo where the blinds are going up this quick. I have to leave the turbo for half an hour to go do my commentary. I have to show up 8 minutes early or 7 minutes early.
I picked one originally, it had nothing to do with me, because my daughter basically picked it all. So I was like, it's not really working anymore. So now you've got no rounds to control.
We're back, and there he is. There's the man of the moment, living the dream.
I feel like Norman Chad and Lon McLaren now.
Living the dream, Mr. Jack Oliver. What a performance. The old beer spray when he trebled up with the flush.
Yeah.
Have some of that. We are back. We can confirm we can confirm a list of players that unfortunately have been eliminated from the room because they didn't make it down. Gary Wilson, Cody Wagner, AS, Stevie Sunshine. We wanted to report on Stevie Sunshine.
Maybe he only plays in the sunshine.
Dan Story, Mel Simpson, as we know, Danny Ryder, as we know, Dan Morgan, who's unfortunately was on Facebook, AM, Luke McVeigh, I think Luke was in the comms as well earlier, Paul McTaggart from Edinburgh. Everything was cancelled from Edinburgh at that side. John Lemon, Mark Dyson, Druvdoshi, David Cook and Simon Corley, size from Bolton Way. So they have gone by the wayside, which means there are
55 players.
55.
Well, 54 we should say, Tal, because we did actually lose one just on the break.
Oh, yes we did.
James Scorgie we lost on the break.
James Scorgie.
So 54 players coming back. 21 prizes, 15 5k packages out of that 21 prizes.
So more of the same.
I don't know what I'm doing. I've never been on one of these things. You're not shy of feature
So if you are just joining in, it's featured table. Seat 1 Nigel Birch-Jones, Seat 2 Grant Anderson, Seat 3 Ashley Scanlan, Seat 4 Gerald Barclay, Seat 6 Jack Oliver, Seat 7 Michael Kossoff, Seat 8 is Alfie Baldwin.
Alfie playing away. Little Mikey as well. Mikey Kossoff going to be very boisterous and talkative with Jack Oliver at the table.
And Towers Treble looking good. I saw on the break at half time as Rich is letting us know. Two games up at the moment. Bournemouth and Port Vale winning.
Come on.
So just looking for Stoke and those two to hold. What Saturday that would be.
Stoke 0-0.
So Nigel opening to 900, playing 200, 400 now. And somehow Jack's got 3 cards. It's good enough with 2, you don't need 3.
If no action's taken place, it's usually a misdeal.
Action's taken place.
His hand's dead then. They were stuck together. His hand's dead, I think. Yep. Jack, your hand is dead. Unfortunately, it is. He's going to look down as well. He's going to see aces. That's just an unfortunate circumstance.
I think he's 26, Jack, Chelsea fan. I'm pretty sure he's 26. Obviously, everyone aware now. WSOP, 3rd place main event for 3 million a week and a half ago. It's all right. 3rd for 3 million for Jack. What a line. Fair play to the man. It was great to see. It was a great watch. A lot of people were tuning in, railing him over here in the UK for that main event final table. 3 million payday for Jack a week and a half ago, and he's back playing the playoff.
His seat's old enough. To win 3 mil. He was playing the Student Championships 3 years ago, 2018. Last time we spoke to him on camera. We will give you the eliminations around the room because they will start to happen. That is for sure. When we get them, as we get closer and closer to the money, it will be a slow process though today. Because don't forget, this is not about winning the tournament. This is about getting into the top 21.
Yeah, so Nigel opening King Queen under the gun raises to 900, and Jack with just 2 cards this time, so hand won't be dead. Gonna make the call with the Jack 7 of clubs with position. Yeah, what we'll do, Singh, I'll put them up for you after this hand. We'll just watch the hand in progress, and then we'll throw them up for you to see, and then you see what we're streaming. Bit of action, Tower.
Ace King King flop. Flush draw. Flopped sets for flop trips for Nigel.
Yes, and Nigel continuing for 1k, and Jack not going anywhere here with the Jack 7 of clubs, flopping flush draw. And the 10 of spades on the turn. Does bring in a gutter for Jack, but won't be any good because the gutter for him would make Nigel Broadway. Sorry, a boat. Make Jack Broadway, but make Nigel a boat. So, just draw into a club. I'm going to take a freebie. And 9 of diamonds on the river, so the check mark heading over the way of Nigel. Now we're going to want to come in for some value. Just an easy fold for Jack now with the Jack 7 suited. Here we are for your Singh. I'll throw them up now. There's what we got coming up.
What have we got, Jay?
So cash game was yesterday. You've got to put a line through that. MPL playoff today. Tomorrow, MIDI, day 2. 12:30 start for us on stream. Next Wednesday we got the UK Heads Up Championship, 6-Max Championship and Haymaker Sit and Go all in one day. All coverage for all 3 of those events. Then the biggie, the grand final, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th of December. Live streaming all 4 days for that.
We are indeed. Well, we'll confirm time of starting tomorrow a little bit later, because it's the MIDI main day 2. The turbo starts at 6 tonight, so the numbers will certainly get us better time of working out what time we're streaming from. Eliminations will start around the room as players do get knocked out, but don't forget, it's not about winning, it's about getting into the top 21 and finding your spots.
I'm not sure about the screen names, Hocking. We can get them up. We can put the MPL up and let you know their screen names. We'll do that after that hand. I am Max Ali, if you want to call it that. I'm going to be playing on the Monday, so the only day I'm going to have off from now till finish of the festival is the Tuesday, which is the 30th. So Ashley just happy to shove the Ace King here, getting it in, and Chris not going to be able to call with the pocket 8s with 25 big blinds. And then Nigel will make the fold as well, or at least should be making the fold. Under the gun with the Ace Jack, facing this shove from Ashley Scanlan.
Who's on the bad list before we put it up, Hog? Tell us one name.
Well, I know Jack's diceable online. That's one I do know.
Diceable?
Yeah, Jack is diceable. So let's have a look. Me and Tower will. I'll take left side, Tower. You take right.
Okay. So, magic number 2 is Charles Eel. Like that. What we're looking for?
Grant Anderson, Nigel Bird-Jones, Ashley Scanlan, any of these. Ashley Scanlan's Elore the Royce, 60th, you see there. Jack Oliver Diceable. Gerard Barclay, Gerard Barclay, WR Dortmund 7, so the man in seat 4.
Gerard Barclay won the online Goliath.
Alfie Baldwin's Axel Rose. In 42nd there, and then Michael Kossoff, where is he?
There's Alfie. Mikey Kossoff You're doing pretty well at this. You'd be good at word search, you.
I can't find Michael, no matter where I looked at.
Well, maybe-
Oh, he's on your side. There we are.
There we are. Number
I'm
74.
not your toy. I'm not your toy. Number 74. So there you go.
And there we go. That's just about. Yeah, Gerald Barkley won the first online Glyth.
Must have been decent. That was decent payday, I'm guessing.
It was. It was about 45,000, I think, something like that. Hodkin, you're not my toy. Yes, Chris Maguire's Pops is sat in seat number 5. Because David Cook and Mel Simpson would have been on the feature table. Unfortunately, they were unable to get down to London because of the severe weather. How's the chef getting on? Well, he's still in. That's as much as we can tell you at the minute. We'll do another pan of the players around the room very soon, but he is still in at the minute. We've literally only lost one person. Yeah. That's James Scorgie.
Lost one. And we got a pan in, so we'll throw it out after this hand. So you can see how everyone's getting on the outer tables. This is the NPL playoff. 21 prizes, but we're playing down to 15 because they are the 5k packages. Top 15 place finish will get you one of those for next year. There's Grant here with ace queen in the big blind, not going to be going anywhere with this one, and just free betting it. It's what looks like 3.2. Nice big 4x sizing, what I like to see out of the blinds, and just going to take that one uncontested.
Let's have a butchers. Mr. Kelly, who was on the cash game last night, still going on. Won the passport after coming back from Australia a couple of years ago.
There's Lee French sat next to the chef.
Never plays without a massive coat on, Lee French. Ever. Not ever. No matter where he plays, he's always got a coat on. It's like he's leaving at all times.
Matt Bushell there on one of the outer tables.
There's some good names in there, and like you say, it's totally different from a normal style like this, isn't it? Because they've all earned the right to be in the field, so it is a little bit different. Alex Montgomery from Manchester. It is a little bit different. All these have won money during the year, getting themselves to the playoff.
So Paul making it 1k with the jacks, and Chris getting out the way with the ace deuce suited. And raise and take for the jacks.
Lost one.
We've lost one.
Charles Eel on the outer table, who was on our feature table to start with, has been eliminated.
You the Grim Reaper today?
Yeah.
We'll let Tao be the Grim Reaper today.
We've handed all of the scythe. Was it based on prize money or points in each event? What, to get into the playoff? No, it wasn't. It was just literally just getting to the top 80. It was originally 77, then prizes were added. And then they ended up as the top 80 because it was 71 players in total that made it through. And 71 could have played down here, but obviously with the severe weather and the very inclement weather.
So Jack going to open this one, suited ace, EP, makes it 1,000. And Alfie not going to be going anywhere with the pocket nines, just choosing to flat with position.
Which he says, does the £110 closer get you points? Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Gerard gonna flick in the thing, get an attractive price for the suited one gapper in the big closing action. 3 to this flop. Yeah, it's nothing to do with the prize money they win, Chelsea fan. It's all to do with the points. Nothing to do with prize money.
Yeah, the points varied from each event to how many players played the event, to the runners, and to the size of the buy-in.
So Jack had a little laugh with Chris's dad. Obviously, Jack and Chris, good pals. So once again, Jack opening the suited ace, early position, raises to 1k. Folds round to Gerard in the small. Going to have to get out of the way in here with the small blind, even though we've got the Jack 8 suited. And Paul's cards not registering for some reason. But Paul with 10-4, not going to be defending this one. So raise and take for Jack, shows him an ace.
The fifth White Lion player on the feature table this year is Mr. Paul.
Who's the other one? Paul. Obviously, I'm assuming you're including Chris, Ewan, and then you had the landlord the other week.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
Now, obviously, who's the fifth out of interest? Obviously, Chris's dad now.
The White Line in Wrightington is very well represented on the GKPT circuit.
In regards to the food,
Lines 2-4 with a 4.
No, Queen Jack suited. Chris. Opening this one up under the gun +1. This is the 1k. And Jack in the small blind.
Need it at 6. So if you could have him push the other half.
And Michael not opting to defend the 10-8 here, getting that price. Surprised to see that. But we are obviously looking for
Fours.
survival.
King, Queen, Queen. Jack's got 4s. Nice lot for Chris.
Yeah. Chris coming in for a continue. Can go very small here on this board, and Jack's just going to have to get out of the way with the 4 as you expect. Tower versus EP Open, the King, Queen, Queen board.
Talking about survival, Michael Allen hasn't. Latest one out.
Mike Allen.
Mike Allen was 53rd.
Paul, pocket 8's, nice one to open for him. One's folded to us in the cutoff, raises to 1,000. And Jack here, Queen 10 on the button with position on cutoff open. Can definitely incorporate some lighter free bets in versus cutoff open with this one, but flattened perfectly fine. As Michael got an easy fold in the small with the 8 tray. Well, I say he's got an easy fold. So the 8's flop best on King 6-4, 2 diamonds, only 1 overcard here for Paul. I think going to be continuing this one a lot. Don't need to go too large. Even not for 1k. Looks like he's going to size up a little bit more and opt for half pot. 15 into 3k and quick fold from Jack. Paul going to take that one. So Ashley, Queen Jack suited, wants to be opening this one. Raises to 900. Folds round to Chris in the big blind with the King 6 offsuit. And just chooses not to defend and raise and take for Ashley.
Chelsea fan says Liverpool 4-0. Liverpool Academy. As they all bet.
Stoke losing, says
Wait, say. Any good news? Has it stopped being windy? Any good news, pal? They'll come back. They'll get 2 in the second half. Don't worry about it. Michael Kossoff raising it up with the Queen Jack off. Yeah, we've had a bit of severe weather in Britain in the last 48 hours. A lot of trees and fences blowing over. That's why we had 15 no-shows, unfortunately, because of the extreme weather and the trains being cancelled and a lot of disruptiveness on the roads and what have you. 120 lorries stuck on the M62 overnight because they couldn't get from Rochdale up the hill on the M62. 120 lorries stuck on the M62. We had some extreme weather yesterday. We're here for the NPL playoff. We are on 50.
Just 50, I think.
53, 54. $51. 51 as last out was Jason Kennington. Jason Kennington out. Michael Allen, Charles Eel and James Scorgie are the only eliminations so far. 40. When we get down to 22, we'll be on the bubble. We'll be out there with the cameras making sure that we capture the footage if it happens on the outer tables. Yeah, poor old Mel. Stuck in Edinburgh, no trains available. Very unlucky. Train booked and everything, got it all sorted out, and then stuck in Edinburgh. It looks severe up north, I'll tell you. It looks severe.
I'm going to check what you folded by. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Here he comes. Imagine I look down at the other side of the stairs. Oh my Is that his age? I wish. I mean, if you can you can get a beer with that.
Poker Mel's going to the Maybury. We could have a hand here. Gerard raises to 1,000. Paul 3 bets. Nice Loney Coles in C1, which will bring Gerard along. Gerard Barkley, don't forget the first online Goliath winner.
Probably going to move all in here, Tower. Yeah. Wow, he just
finds a fold.
Fair play. But I'm working with 19 bigs, just letting the 10s go, and maybe he thinks Paul's
good fold with the 10s.
And kings get out flopped by the ace queen.
As always.
Yeah, very good fold with the 10s there. And Paul flops best here after 3-betting the ace queen. And the flat from Nigel, like it a lot, but unfortunately there is an ace on the flop here. And Paul firing. Nigel not going to like this. But the thing is, 2 kings in our hand makes ace king unlikely, but just opts to snap fold. And then Paul going to show the ace queen to the table.
Good look at the Maybury tonight, playing their bounty game.
A6 of diamonds for Alfie. Nice one to open for us in the low jack. Raises to 1k. Chris, ace 10 of hearts here. And the high jack. Can't see him going anywhere with this particular holding. Working with 41 bigs. Blinds going up after this hand. Going to be going into the 200, 500 level.
Ladies and gents in the NPL playoff, the players are now 300, 600 with a 600 big blind ante. That's 300, 600 with a 600 big blind ante. Thank you.
Chris opted to 3-bet this one, and that would be that for the hand. Alfie not going to continue with the A6 out the way. Good afternoon, Mick the Mod, tuning in on Twitch.
Afternoon, Mick. Yeah, the Edinburgh game tonight, £65 in. I tell you, every time you knock somebody out, you get a pony. That's not bad. Good luck, Mel. 20,000 starting stack starts at 7. If you fancy playing in Edinburgh, give Mel a cuddle. She'll have some turnips with tea cakes with her because they're on the way down for the team. But good luck when you play tonight, Mel. Such a shame, unfortunately, not in the building today because of the extreme weather that Britain had in the last 48 hours.
Ace Jack for Jack, raises under the gun, and Michael with the deuces here might just get out of the way tower in this format that we're playing the playoff, and does let the deuces go. And Ashley just going to flat the pocket tens. With blinds going up next hand, sitting with what would have been 22 bigs after this, could have potentially ripped this, but obviously a bit wary about jacks under the gun open. Going to have stronger hands in our under the gun opening range, and Paul with the 6-5 in the big blind, 5-1 in the call, in for the defend, 3-way action.
King, King 9 flop.
I'll flop a king 9.
Yeah.
2 diamonds. And Ashley firing for 2.5k here. And Jack does have backdoor nut flush draw, but going to have to get out of the way here. Tower just versus Ashley's particular stack size in this scenario. Will pill plenty of king X on the button.
Question, says Gary McGaffney. If you won a satellite to the grand final and you couldn't play, can you transfer the seat to someone else, or are they not transferable? Yes, you can. Yes, you can, or you can save it. Or you can save it for next year.
Well, it shouldn't be, because you should have a lot of like E6 in your hand. Shouldn't you? But always, exactly. That was in the back of my head. Like, it's the worst feeling. Yeah, just don't do that. Massive. Massive. Not like an SPR of like 3. Like, yeah. You want to come out of it now? You got enough.
So yeah, tickets are transferable. If you had a £560 and wanted to put towards the main event, can you do that as well? I think you can. I'd have to confirm that, but I do think you can. I don't see why you couldn't, but I will get 100% clarification on that, Rich. So Alfie in C number 8 is going to make Paul get out of the way with the ace jack. Ian Oakley is gone. Ian Oakley has been eliminated, will not be making the final 21.
Open from Alfie under the gun, ace 10 suited. Now playing 200, 500. Blinds have gone up. King Queen here for Nigel. Just going to flat this one versus UTG Open. Jack in the small blind King Jack versus UTG Open and a flat UTG +2. I don't know, he could go either way here. Tower might lean more towards fold. Yeah, I like the fold there from Jack in the small. Not the best position to be in.
Okay, Bloor tells us that Bournemouth are winning 2-0. Which doesn't really matter because his team are letting us down. So, 3 reaction, 8-6-4 flop, 2 hearts.
Complete with for the whole field, nearly the 10-4 of Michael, who opted to defend this one. And the big blind's actually gone out in front here and flops the best of it. But this ace on the turn means that Alfie now with the best hand. Alfie incorporating a check-in with this one. And, over to Nigel here, who's not going to fire with the King Queen. And the 5 of hearts on the river. So Michael with a 10 of hearts here, with the best of it, going to come in for some value. Not going to get called in either spot.
Could someone order burger? Spicy cold.
You can never win.
So Nigel Oakley and Grant just choosing to flat the jacks. And Paul going to get out of the way with the King 9. Jack will do the same with the old whip on the button.
The old whip.
Thank you.
Alfie Balding making it up with a 10-9 suited. Nice flop. Jack 6-4.
Yeah, especially because we're so under-repped here as well, Tower. And
Actually, with a flush draw on the top set.
Yeah, opted to just flat the jacks, and Nigel continuing here with the King 10 suited, and Grant make the call and take some turns. Could be a big pot here if it does roll off a spade here, Tower. It's the 5 of diamonds on the turn. Shouldn't really be too worried. It's only really the 4 combos of 7-8 that we're worried about here as Grant and fires for 2.2.
Calls. Oh, when he hits the river.
It is.
Hits the river with the flush. Nigel in 1. How big do we go? Half pot?
That looks like
that looks like a lot.
Yeah, it does look like a lot, Tower. I'm not sure about the denominations of the chips in here, but we're at 4.5, yeah. Less than half, and Grant's going to have to pay this off now, getting this price. Oh wow, he just folds.
Wow.
Just folds the jacks.
Show me, he says, show me. Just folds. A believer. And it was correct. Balancing the tables, good luck.
One down, one to go. I wasn't against the 8. I was thinking about 4 about 2. That's what happens when you come. I caught myself. Again, my bot. Are you serious?
Play that.
I wouldn't worry about either if I was.
Yeah.
You not see how much he's bugging. I wouldn't be worried about my bot.
So we're on 50 as Oliver White is the last out. 50 players, 21 get the prizes. Jade has nipped out for 2 minutes. He's gone hunting for a Stoke goal.
That's in the pan.
All right.
Some of the dailies, not all. Most of my profit and volumes coming from my poker.
So Jay's just gone for a bit of. I think he's got the nicest burgers I think I've ever seen in a casino. Gone for a bit of lunch for 20 minutes, says RJ. He's gone hunting for a Stoke City goal. Anybody else found one yet? Grant in seat 2 out, flopping Jack Oliver's pocket 8s. And hits trips on the river. going to call. He just called the 500 to see the bad news of the 9. So we're on 50, 21 get the prizes. Oh, Kev Blower trying to blow them goals in. Come on, Stoke, that's all we want to know. Towers treble's got to come in once. I think next week if it doesn't come in, we're having Jay's treble. Put the pressure on Jay, that's what we'll do. Don't forget, follow us on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube and Twitch for all action regarding GUKPTs, and there is plenty coming up, as you can see right there. The cash game was a complete success, but it's done. The NPL playoff is now immediate main day 2. We're going to have a chat about start time for tomorrow, regarding finish time and regarding crowning the champion. We'll have a chat. Me, Jay, PK and Dave regarding live streaming, because we are expecting a late finish, but it'd be good to crown a champion live on the stream, which is what we're here for. And then next week, next Wednesday, the UK Heads Up Championships are live with 6 players. As well, so with I'm not sure if it's 4, I think it's 4 coming back for the Heads Up. The 6 max obviously has 6. And the Haymaker Sit and Go has 7 weekly champions, and David Hay himself coming down to play the Haymaker. And then the grand final. The grand final will be with us Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday, crowning a champion, and the final event of 2021, the hugely successful GUKPT return from lockdown. John, watching on Facebook, you're absolutely right. He can't do any worse. Yep. The folder trip jacks. Nines for Gerard. Gerard Barkley is all in. Jack might call with the ace jack. So Gerard Barkley, online Goliath champion from last year. He's all in with pocket 9s for his final 5.8. Jack Oliver as the ace jack. flops 2. So we now need one of the 2 9s to survive, or we lose Gerard Barkley. No spade redraw. And it's not, it's a 6. So we lose Gerard. Gerard finishing in 47th. Nikolai Pomenerov in 48th. And David Crane in 49th. So we're down to 46. We are down to 46. 21 get the money. Queen 9 flop, Queen 8-6, the latest flop. Actually, out flops Jack. Jack's got a good ball, defending the big blind. So a bet of 1.1 and Jack raises to 2.9. Should be a call from Ash in seat 3. So Ashley makes a call with top pair. Back on Jack.
I would have taken that spot as well.
So it should be full coming in now from Jack. Aggressor pre-flop Ash bets on the flop. Calls the raise from Jack. And that does get out of the way. The min cash and the prizes. There's no cash involved. It's when I said getting the money, I suppose it's all the prizes. 250 because it's the NPL playoff. 4 £250 tokens, 2 £1,250 seats, and 15 £5,000 packages for the players. 21 prizes, 15 5k packages for next year. 2 1250s and 4 250s make up the money for the NPL packages and playoff prizes for this year. We're on 46. Gerald Barkley last out.
So 8-7 of hearts here, open from Paul on the button. Jack with ace-8 in the small blind. Can definitely incorporate some free bets in with this one. You got the old ace blocker. and it's versus button opening range, which is perceived to be fairly wide. Michael going to have to get out of the way with the Jack 8.
How was the burger?
Yeah, it was nice. I was speaking to Spand and Razor Kev while I was eating.
Excellent.
And we went through some maths over the years of the tower trebles I've done and how much I'm down. And we figured it out.
Any chance you gain out of it ever?
I don't think so.
No.
We're about 6k down. That's what we made it. That's what we made it from old towers treble over the years since we started. But there might be a day where we.
Are you still glad we met?
Yeah. Because Kev was talking about Stoke. But food was actually really, really nice.
Good.
Really nice. The worst thing about it as well, Mick, this is the worst thing about it. So when we're not on the tours and we're not streaming, and one week I'll just on a Saturday I'll get a text from Tower at about 5 o'clock like, oi oi, the treble's in, and I'm like, what?
Hey dear.
It's just been unfortunate the times it's come up. It's not been during the GUKPT live stream, but it has to happen eventually. Mathematically, it does. It has to. Can't stop now. Can't stop now.
If it doesn't happen soon, we might have to go back to the West End and watch Back to the Future.
Yeah.
Type in 27th of November, 2022.
No, not today, Simon. Not today. Just went with a nice, simple burger for me today. Did we lose many? I was on a little 10.
No, we're bang up to date with Gerard being the last one out. Meaning we're on 46. Gerard, the last one out. Jack Oliver taking him out. Next Saturday's Waspie's Windfall Treble. I'll take anybody. I'll take anybody's treble at this moment in time.
Here comes Rich Kellett.
Back
on the featured table after making an appearance last night in the old PLO.
Well, he's got chunks.
Yeah, looks like he's got a fair amount, Tower.
And old Bradders.
Oh yeah, Chef Brad.
Oh, Chef Brad.
That must mean we're on 45, right?
Proper Chef Brad. Now he's... we are indeed. Jonathan Gill. John Gill eliminated, meaning 45.
Oh.
I would show my hand. Show one card.
Aston Vanilla winning. How much do you lot put on the trebles anyway, says Ali? Everything's relative. Gamble responsibly.
Yeah. I just like, it's usually once every like 4 weeks or something. Usually doing it back in the day anyway. This year's been a bit more manic. But usually 200 is what I like to have on it.
Good lad.
And it's going to come in sooner or later. It could still be today if Stoke get 2 goals in 2 minutes, you never know.
Ryan Whitefield says the rent money. I said gamble responsibly on Grosvenor Sport. Hey, die flop. And the blinds going up next hand.
Howdy says, what do I think of Brad's clothing brand? I'll tell you what, it takes a brave man to walk around with a hoodie with their face on it, I'll tell you that. Yes, Super King Rene is still in the mix.
Yep.
Yeah, that is the chef, Brad Blue, in seat 9.
It is. Never, ever, ever stops talking live or in the chat box.
To be fair to him, though, he has brought in some wonderful desserts for us today.
Indeed. He's set the team to some amazing desserts.
I think I'm going to have one in on the next break.
You do right. Got the bad news from Chef Kev Lowe that Port Vale are winning 2-0. Doesn't look like it's going to make a difference.
Nigel with the ladies. Raises to 1.5 in the cut-off. Action on Kellett in the big blind, who's going to come in for the defend. Wow, Kellett up to 64k tower.
Nearly locked a seat up at 64k.
7-7 boost, 2 club board. And folds facing the C-bet. It's actually raising to 1.4 on the button. And Dow pulls and defend this one. Just letting it go. Queen 6 off into the muck.
Anytime.
I'm just saying, if you're in the line, you're lucky, aren't you?
If you're in, you're in.
Some people are not lucky in life, are they? They do it and they can't.
Well, you're lucky in drugs. Tune into twitch.tv/Chef Brad for explicit.
If you want your drug supply, ask me or ask Terry Jordan. You know what I mean? He'll give you some.
Oh, Jesus. Subscribe to the channel for free for a free package.
I was doing that Dare to Stream. I gave up after 2 sessions on it. Bored me.
Oh, well, it's all gone now. That's it, done. We were winning 2-0, they're drawing 2-2. Did they have a man sent off or something? I don't know. So we reckon Rich Kellett's going to lock a seat up with 65,000 coming to the table. That's what we reckon.
Well, what we had 16 dropouts, so 55 players tower, so 20k. That means that at 1.1 million in play. So when there's the 15 top prizes, it's 15 not 16, isn't it?
15.
The packages, the 5k packages.
15 5ks, 2 1250s, and 4 250s.
Yes, average is going to be about 65k at that point when there's so Rich already there at the average stack for 5k package, but he's got to hold on to them, obviously.
Absolutely.
So Nigel opening the ace queen, 300 600 level, raises to 1.5.
If you play it,
oh no, I can't afford to.
both or none. We're not here for long. We're not going to do it when we get Really? It's a load of fun anyway.
What if someone shows 2 on the is even 20 quid each player as well?
We can do 5 best block, but it has to be charged by
10-9 suited for Nigel. Going to want to open this one and raises to what looks like 15. Rich out the way with the queen 10. Action going to be on Jack on the button with the queen 10 versus the EP open here. Looks like he's just opted into flat. Take a flop with position.
Two, 3. A 3-eye flop happens not very often. Also brings a flush draw for Nigel in seat number 1. I'm going to bet out.
If you want to put it out there, that's up to you.
I think it's at least twice now.
I'm not picking on you, Cookie.
So I've lost Tom Noble on the outer tables. which means we're down to 44. 4 and 4, 44.
So Jack going to open an ace. Once folded to him in the calf, raises to 1.5. Raise and take. You've got to be able to get there first wagers day. I'm just saying about the chips, when to lock up. You need to accumulate those chips first.
Can you sell my pump, please, Jack? Oh, yeah, oh, yes, darling.
They are preceded. They got that all wrong. Like, it has to be a wrong.
I see Barry, though, who's had his tongue hanging out with Andy Wilson.
Oh, do you see the video with
This pump, Barry's left there.
Jack 10 suited for Jack, raises to 1.5. And Nigel with 8s in the big blind, not going to be going anywhere. He'll make the call. Ace 5 deuce 2 spade board. So probably going to see Jack continue this fair amount of the time here, tower on the ace high board. Going to have a fair amount of continues on this one. We're sitting here with just Jack high. Nigel with the pocket 8s just gets out of the way.
The old Mikey Kossoff. Quickly see what's happening on the outer tables. Oh. We were going to see what's happening now on the outer tables. So we get.
Sorry, give PK a shout.
Yeah, give me a shout. Michael Kossoff, always got the chatter, always got the old gas. He's a good lad, he's Mikey. Mikey Kossoff sat in scene number 7. Alfie Baldwin, not seen Alfie for a while. We're back in the mix.
So if you hit chirps, it's usually good to bet more than 1/8 of the big line.
I actually bet less than the big one.
No, 1/8. I'm not 1/8, 80%.
Ace high flop, ace 3, 9. So Rich, more or less, got his seat absolutely locked up.
I think that's when you agreed to that, I was shocked. I was upset for you. That's all I'm going to say.
So Alfie opening the Jack 10, raises to 1.3. not defending the ace in the big blind. It's all about survival this tournament. The longer you survive, more chance you have of locking up one of these prizes.
So what about, what do we show them? Ah, there you go, running across the bottom. What about changing it for next year and having a cash out satellite?
What?
Oh!
What, for the playoff?
Imagine the very well received.
How would it work regarding there's 3 different prizes you can win on this one? They're not all
don't
the
put,
same.
don't put spanners in the works.
Well, we've got to think about these things. We've got to think about the logistics of it. If it's going to go ahead before it's even put forward.
What about the first person out can choose his prize?
Yeah, but he's obviously going to choose the top prize.
Well, obviously he is.
Yeah.
But it just works in reverse.
Yeah, but then there's always going to be one, like with the cash out site, there's always 2 people playing heads up for the last seat. So then you're going to be sitting there, you've probably Yeah, because if it's going to work the same as the cash out satellite, there'd still be a heads up.
You mean everybody?
And then you've got to play heads up for a £250 mini main seat rather than one of the 5k packages.
But not everybody gets a ticket.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I get exactly what you're saying.
Not everybody gets a seat. I love the idea.
But I'm saying if
because obviously Kellett's just going to sit there and not play hand forever, because there is no need.
I think she's told you what he's got. That's what I appreciate. It's like, if he's honest, it's not like he said, oh, my mum died of weight. My grandma's died. I appreciate that.
So Mike comes in with a call of 1.7.
And finds the 3 outer.
Ping.
On the river, 2 outer, sorry, because Kellett's got the 10 of diamonds. So now Rich, probably just going to check this spot out. Wow, it looks like he's coming in for a bomb here. 6.7 into 6.9. So Kellett gone pot here on the river, turning his 8 into a bluff. Maybe trying to make... The thing is, Kellett's going to have a lot of strong hands here. He's going to have lots of different flushes he can have. He can have Jack 10, 10-6 suited, 6-5, some 2-pair combinations. And the other thing to take into account for Michael is this ace is meant to be better for us in this particular scenario. So you're still firing on a card that's very good for our range, and maybe we're just going to give him credit for it. Yeah, very nice play from Rich there with the 10-8. Gets the job done. I think that's Rich up to near 70 now, Tower, after that hand.
Yep, absolute lock. Plays so well, does Rich Kellett. Like I say, don't need to get involved, but shows that he's not just going to sit there.
So look at the outer tables, see what we got going on.
No, we have freeze frame. Thought we were going to get a bit of action to the outer tables. We'll get that very shortly.
He's not fixed it yet. He's just seeing what was happening.
Okay.
Oh,
no problem. We'll get the man on the case very shortly. He's a top man.
We'll get some outer tables.
Top man.
So Jack opening 10-9 suited, UTG raises to 1.5 into Paul's big blind, who's not going to defend the suited king. So So 10 minutes left of this level, then we're going to go into level 8. Feels weird saying that, level 8 at 5 o'clock.
So I'm glad I folded it, because then I get to see.
If you can find the hero with like King Queen with the King of Diamonds on the end,
That would hurt. But the hand don't play that way. You've got the nut hand. You can't lose this one.
It's the chef.
Oi, oi.
He's in the building.
Oi, oi.
And he's just moved all in for 25 big blinds with the ace queen.
Wow.
And Kellett's got jacks.
Oh, wow, he wants a 25 big jam.
The chef.
Just raise it up and then get 3-bet and then you can decide what to do.
He's just shipped the lot in. And
is he double part downstairs?
I think it's a really weird spot here for Kellett against Chef Brad, but he's just going to go with it. And Brad's going to hate that.
Yeah.
He's going to absolutely hate that. The fact that he shuffled 25 bigs and Kellett's made the call. Jacks for Kellett, ace queen for Brad. This is the flip. And the thing is, if Rich wins this one, Tower, he's going to have, I think, near
100k running on very close to
90 odd, I think.
Yeah.
So flip scenario. And there's a queen for Brad, but
you see
followed
the queen
by a
straight away.
jack.
Throwing ever so thin now, his brothers.
Yeah, needs some runners. So there he is.
There we go.
This would be brutal. Ace or a queen.
Yeah, so the queen for Brad Simpson to survive. And it's not, it's a 7 of diamonds. The jam did not work. Rich Kelly is up to nearly 85,000. 85,000. Unbelievable from Rich Kelly. Oi, oi, the bushel. Well, we'll just flick them over. King Queen against Ace Queen.
So Matt Bushell at risk on the outer table. Needs to find a king to survive. No help there. And 2 black cards I saw, so no runners. Going to need a king, and it's the 8 of hearts, so we're going to lose Matt Bushell at the same time as Brad Simpson.
Oi, oi. There's Matt standing up.
Which means we're down to 42. 42 players remain.
Just like that, we lose the bushel. Just gone. So we're down to 42. 21 prizes. We need to lose half the field to get in the prizes.
So Grant just flatten the ace queen versus Alfie's under the gun open with the jack 10 suited, and that's going to bring Michael in the big blind. Closing the action, makes the call for 700 more. Queen 5-4. 2 spade flop, great flop here for the ace queen of Grant, flopping top pair, top kicker, not much else for either Alfie or Michael, so check to Grant here, he's probably just going to take this down now.
Yeah, you're not trying to win this strategy, you're not trying to win this satellite, you're absolutely right, wages day. You're definitely not jamming 25 bigs in early position with ace queen.
So Jack, nice one to open on the button, 10-7 of hearts. Raises to 1.5, and Michael here might just see him rip this spot here, tower. I think there's the option we got to take here for 24 big blinds, and there's the all-in. And now Jack just going to get out of the way. Once folded back round to him, but Alfie finds the big slick in the big blind here, and Alfie going to be getting this one in. And he's going to hate this, Michael. He is going to hate to see this. Ace Queen for Michael. Ace King for Alfie. Gross.
Tom just looked at Craig, maybe going to put on a show.
So Michael Kossoff facing elimination, Ace Queen against Ace King. Alfie Baldwin's got the Ace King. Oh my days! Roll reversals, the Ace Queen hitting beautiful flop.
They're drawing to a king or running Jack 10.
Oh my days.
No help with the 8. So needs to fade a king to get the double. And it's the 3 of diamonds. So Michael Kossoff doubling up, and Alfie Baldwin down to 9k. Not much we can do there, just very unlucky for Alfie.
I hear you. They are biggest.
Hey Sean. Sean McBride.
Hands are out in force. Grant with the kings here under the gun. Grant raising it up, makes it 1.5. And Ashley here, ace jack suited on his direct left, just going to make the call. Happy to see a flop with this one. It's unlikely we're going to get squeezed out the pot with these 2 positions as well, under the gun and +1. So a lot of the time as Ashley we are going to get to see a flop. And Jack here, ace 10 in the cutoff, lets it go. Nice fold from him. Well, it looks like we are going to get squeezed out because there's an all-in from Alfie with the 6s, and Grant, it's just going to ISO here, tower. No need to flat facing the stack size of Ashley behind us.
Staring down the barrel now is Alfie Baldwin.
So yeah, it just sets Ashley in as well, and Ashley got a nice easy fold with the ace jack suited, and Alfie going to need to find a Mickey Black on the flop to stay alive. Just got very unlucky against Michael Kossoff. Can he get a little bit of his own? Oh, we can see a 6 is in the muck as well from the equity, so going to need to find the K6 to stay alive here, Alfie. No help there, but we do have a running 5-3 possibility.
Absolutely. Oh, the one out!
Oh, just the K6 on the turn.
Amazing. Sit back down, son. Sit back down. He was out the door. He was catching the number 38. Sit back down, the Baldwin.
Deserves it as well, tower off that ace king hand.
Yeah.
Unfortunate for Grant. So blinds are going to be going up after this hand, and then we're going to go into the 400.
Can't believe what's that all about?
Yeah, you got it in flipping. You weren't even like equity wise. You're not that far behind.
No, I've got the same thing. It's not that thing. You've got to think about the blind's going up in 10 minutes, so that's the reason behind it. I'm jam. What's the point? You make a decision.
You made the decision to jam 25 bigs when the idea is survival.
Because he's going to free bet, I'm still going to jam. Whatever happens, it's going to go.
Fair enough.
Unlucky brothers.
The
The brothers unlucky.
I've read Dora's book about it, but it's closest to the bubble, you can jam it quite easily.
Yeah, we're 25, yeah. Assuming that people are calling the same
I
age as
can
well.
open, but then what do you do when he free bets?
Just fold. No, Kellett's not with his stack size. That's what you got to understand. When Kellett's pretty much loco, he's just not going to free bet like that. Like if you free bet you, then you can fold, lose 2 big blinds, and you still got 23 bigs. It's unlucky. We're glad you came anyway, so thank you.
Absolutely. I'm not hungry anymore.
Yeah, they're nearly all gone. So Chef Brad just coming in there to give us a rundown of the ace queen hand that we just saw. So 7-3-4 2-diamond board. Great flop this for Jack after opening the ace-9 suited, but it's going to mix in a check here after flopping the nut flush draw. And it looks like Michael going to fire here, and interesting to see how Jack's going to proceed with this ace-9 of diamonds in this spot tower. Could go either way. So Jack just going to check call. Three of clubs on the turn. Now Michael wants to check this one behind, and Jack gets there on the river with the 5 of diamonds. Seen Jack getting there on the river with a diamond before, haven't we, Tower?
Yes, we have indeed. There's no water, no beer
no
spray.
beer going all over the table.
Oh my days.
So, that was some scenes though. That was one of the favourite moments of the FT for I'm sure a lot of Brits that are on the rail. And it looks like Jack's gone 20k here, Tower. 25k. I'm not sure what Michael's thinking about here with ace-10.
He's having a bit of TV time. He's not doing anything with ace-high in a satellite. Does he have to show him the hand like they've been talking about?
Maybe. He gets to see it as well.
Yeah. Just the ace-9.
I can see, well, check. Check. Why don't you check river? What am I? I'm gonna fucking go nuts on this. It's only a Saturday. It's like shows at 7 but man, I know. Yeah. I should have checked turn, should I? No.
I think well, he had some unbelievable stories about when companies were playing from.
You had one of my clients that
What they're playing for says Wagawan Flame. They're playing for 21 prizes.
We'll run them across the bottom of your screen.
15 £5,000 packages for next year's buy-ins for the GUKPT. We've then got 2 1250 seats and then 4 250 seats. After Brad Simpson, we lost Gary Whitehead on the outer tables. We lost Mr. Gary Whitehead. Unlucky Gary. So there's 41 left.
41.
41.
That's used to be my score in darts. I used to get a lot. Always 41.
41. 2021.
Yeah.
2021. 2021.
So Michael firing here with his top pair, but actually going to make the call here with the Queen 9 of diamonds. We do have a gut shot, but this board's just going to be so good for the range of Michael opening in the hijack, and just comes in for second barrel, and Ashley going to have to get out of the way now for sure, and it does make the fold. So blinds now 400, 800 guys. New feature table when we return after the break, which is going to be in around 20-25 minutes. No, Will. Brad is out. Brad is out. And this is at the Victoria Casino, Edgware Road. This is the GUKPT. Always busy, this Grosvenor. Little King Queen of Clubs for Alfie, and the hijack raises to 1.6 thousand.
T-boy?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'd love a little coffee, please, Tower.
Coffee?
Half a sugar, please.
Half a sugar. I'll measure it. Half a sugar. Half a sugar, ladies and gentlemen. Half a sugar.
Should note as well, guys, this is what we got coming up in a couple of weeks' time. 25s are back. Newcastle and Walsall, 9th to the 12th of December. Following week, we got Leeds and Bury New Road crossover. So day one's taking place at Leeds and Bury New Road, Manchester, and then the day two will be at Leeds, and they're combining the field. So that's probably going to get a really big prize for that one. And Luton going on the same weekend as that as well. So 25s are back. 220 plus 30 buy-in, 25k guaranteed. So ace 10 of spades for Alfie, one that we want to be opening, makes it 1.6. And Paul going to be defending in the big blind. Unfortunately for us, whole card's not showing at the moment. King 6-4, 2-heart board. So not much here for Alfie, but going to have a lot of bets on the king high board being the early position opener. Fires for 1.6, and action on Paul here is in the big blind. Going to make the call. So Paul can have quite a lot here, defending out the big blind. You can have some heart draws, some 5-7 suited, 5-3 suited, some King X himself. This 7 of hearts on the turn is just going to be a card for us that we want to be checking back quite high frequency here as Alfie. It's not going to be the best of cards to barrel for us. Paul's going to have lots of flush draws that he can have defending out the big blind. Some 7-5 now picks up a pair to go there up and down. So like the decision from Alfie to just give up with the ace 10 here on this particular board. Jack of clubs on the river. So Paul thinking about firing perhaps, not too sure what he's got, but if we are faced with a bet as Alfie, we're just going to be snap folding this spot. There's just nothing we're ever going to be ahead of now after the 7 of hearts on the turn. There's literally no hand that we should ever be ahead of, and there is the snap fold from Alfie, no need to tank. Yes room, that is Jack Oliver. Jack Oliver back from Vegas after his 3rd place finish at the WSOP for $3 million. And now he's playing in the playoff for a 5k package. Just loves the game. So after we lost Gary Whitehead, we lost David G, and we lost Kevin Frame, which means we're down to 39 players. We'll know when we're down to 36 because the seats at the table will be filled. So 39 players remaining, getting closer to the prizes. I know, Gary, yeah. Just scoop 3 mil and going to take someone else's chance of winning the 5k package. But to be fair to him, he's been grinding all year, playing the circuit, the Grosvenor comps, and he's earned his place in this playoff as much as anyone else has. So fair play to him, still turning up.
It's the best coverage of any poker, I think.
Quite common. I don't know.
I suppose the EPT
That's incredible.
Yeah, no, I bumped into Norman Chad in a restaurant actually one night.
So Rich ace 10 in the cutoff. Going to open. Raises to 1.8. Rich with all the chips. Basically got a package locked with 4x starting and 16 dropouts from today.
Is in the NPL, you are restarting in just over 2 minutes. Players, please start taking your seats.
So Grant, King 10 plus 1, going to open this one off of just sub 25 big blinds. And a Jack with King Jack on the button here versus EP. Might just elect to flat this one. Going to free bet it, really well timed free bet because Grant sitting there with King 10 and Jack shows them the King Jack.
See you boys here.
Thank you, thank you.
I think he's still trying. I think he's still at the bar trying to justify the ace queen.
Who, Brad?
Good old brothers.
That man can't let it go.
Good old brothers.
Yeah. 15 minutes to go for the session. New feature table when we return, and
do you think chip lead is going to be? Do you think he'll be chip lead in the room at 85,000?
Close to, could be. But he's pretty much locked now, Tower.
Yes.
Assuming he plays right. Be very surprised if he's not in the top 21.
Yeah.
Be very surprised if he's not in the top 15. Getting the 5k package. Good night for Kellett last night, won 6k at PLO.
Yeah.
Could be a storming start to the festival for him. He was near for the 1k, he only turned up yesterday.
Jack Oliver, Michael Cross will see a flop of 9-10 Queen.
Yeah, so Jack with a Broadway draw here, but does need to worry about Michael's button calling range. He'll have plenty of Broadway holdings in there that are connect on this board, but that Jack
check against.
Just great for Jack. He might not tower, he might try and build a pot against King X, can certainly have a king in this spot, Michael, and we can start getting some value. Pocket 8s as well, definitely a hand you can have. Hands like 9-8 suited, 10-8 suited we can get value from. So want to start building a pot for ourselves here as Jack out of position and shows the ace king. What has he said to them? Are they all showing their hands at the table?
No, they're showing that till the break.
Okay.
The winning hand. They're all showing the winning hand until the break.
Because obviously they're going to see it on live stream, which makes sense. And after the break, going to have a new featured table. Tom Hall coming to the featured table. Craig Dawson. Ten nine of hearts for Paul +2. Not choosing to open. So Alfie, King Queen here, shoving for 22 big blinds on the button. And that one's just going to get through versus these two holdings. Definitely open this one as well here as Alfie, but just opting to set it in. This is just a one-day event, Simon. This is what we got coming up for you all. So tomorrow, MIDI main, day 2. And then next week, we start streaming on Wednesday. We've got the UK Heads Up Championships, UK 6 Max, Haymaker, Sit and Go, and then the Big Eat Grand Final. Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday, 2nd to the 5th of December. That is going to be a big one, and Tower's looking forward to the Haymaker Sit and Go. So
I'm bringing me gloves.
He's bringing his gloves. Gloves are going to be at the ready.
The prize pool for this one is 21 prizes. Strolling across the bottom very shortly. 15 5K packages, 2 1250 seats and 4 250 tokens for the top 21. How many are we down to?
We are down to 39.
What?
39.
39!
Yeah, while you was on the T run, we lost
39!
we lost David G and Kevin Frametower. So
Anybody had a cake in last half an hour?
no, I don't think they have. What, are you thinking of it?
I'm looking and thinking, that cheesecake looks nice.
Yes, Alex Montgomery is still in, Sean.
He is. I'll give you another pan, I'm sure, very soon, and a few chip counts at the start of the next session, which we're on in 7 minutes. The break is in about 7 or 8 minutes' time, and then a new table will be with us. With the big chip leader of 68,000, Jeff Duddy. I'll show you all the names of the players as well, if you want to find out who you've been playing against all year.
So Rich just moves all in here with the Ace King in the big blind, taking the open from Jack and the flat on the button.
I'm going to give Kelly the biggest banter if he wins a mid prize. Just saying. I'll take it. You don't know what's coming.
I'm a good loser. I've been doing this for a long time. The most important skill in this game.
Yes, what do points make? What do points make? Prizes! Saturday night TV back in the 80s, you couldn't beat it. Not being funny, but you just could not beat it. None of that malarkey. I'll tell you, it's just brilliant. It's amazing. Didn't go out on Saturday night, there's that much good TV.
Points make prizes.
Yeah, play your cards right, cannon and ball. Morecambe and wires on. Oh, just amazing.
You've got to be careful though, sometimes you get too many points and they don't let you drive anymore.
That's true.
Don't always make prizes.
I've just seen Albert.
Yeah.
I went, how are you doing, Albert? He went, beep, 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 beep. As you can understand, them beeps are a lot of swear words. Oh, what's the matter? He says, I'm running so bad. He says, I've never hit anything, and I've just come here and I've just been caught for speeding. I said, Albert, slow down in your life. Oh my days. Just been caught for speeding, he says. In his inimitable style.
Good old Albert.
Dear. That's Tony who played the PLO last night. Tony Kelly wondering about. He'll come to sit down in C1.
Yeah.
Look like Martin Kemp out of Spandau Ballet. How do you get? Hang on a minute. How do you get done for speeding in London? The traffic is horrendous 97% of the time, and you are at snail's pace forever.
He probably he's from like Kent Way, isn't he, Albert? I think. And he's probably
before he
driving
came
in
into
M25
London
or something, maybe bombing it around there. I don't know. Or maybe it might not have been in London. Maybe he's got a phone call from the missus.
Can't have been in London.
Maybe he's got a phone call from the missus saying you got a speeding ticket here through the post. And
I've never known roads empty enough to get a speeding ticket in London.
It's very hard to.
AK Scotty says it's 20 miles an hour now. You've got 3 points and £100 fine for doing 26.
Wow.
What do you want you to do? Get out and walk?
Any cakes?
When did 20 miles an hour become a thing? Always blame the driver. We're easy targets. So we'll have a new table as soon as we come back after the break, which is in 4 minutes' time.
Yeah.
Evening to CFO.
Going to be back at 6 o'clock.
Afternoon. Where are you, man? Are we still in Manchester? When's the next trip abroad for the CFO? Well, it would have been Prague. Unfortunately, Prague has been postponed until next year.
Kellett, pretty much lockout, working with 4.5x starting, and we started with 55 players and 15 players get the 5k packages.
Yeah. And we're on 39 as Jay tells us.
Yeah, he's above where he needs to be at the moment, Rich. I'd be very shocked if he weren't one that is going to lock up the 5k. Dina just coming over and letting us know that after the break we are switching tables.
Hopefully not. Can you keep it?
Oh, please. Can you get him a gag? Oh, please.
He'll like that.
Oh, please. Let me be kept.
Let me gag.
Oh. Whoa!
That's what he said.
That's what you did. It came out of your mouth. Oh. Wow. Let me be gagged.
Couple of minutes to go until the end of this session. No, the Prague would have been the first EPT back after the lockdown, but unfortunately, it's not happening. So we are heading out to the break. As you can see, players, we're on 39 out of the 72 that have played. 21 get the prizes. Yeah, be very careful if you do go out there. It's still pretty dangerous. Seen a really bad video of Formby Golf Club losing about 20 trees to the wind. Like, oh my days, the 17th hole at Formby lost all its trees on the left hand side. Amazing. I think that's it, isn't it? Hasn't everybody just stood up on the outer tables? Unless it was an elimination. Oh, it must have been an elimination. I thought that was it. I thought people were putting the coat on and standing up and leaving. So, Kevin Frame was last out in 40th. Meaning we're on 39. We have just lost 2 players in the space of 6 seconds. Phil Walker and Haresh Thacker eliminated on the outer tables at the same time. They were standing up. And by the looks of it, it was the same hand. So one player has taken out 2 players in the same hand, because they were both sat on table 26 and both got eliminated simultaneously. which means we're on 37. Heading to the break very shortly. I'm surprised we're not on the break now, to be fair. But, here we go. Last hand. Last hand. And just to let you know, on the last hand just now, Chris Cunliffe has just been eliminated. Which means we're on 36 when we come back. 3 and 6, 36. Kellett's gone for his 15 minutes. Everybody else is going for his 15 minutes. Ash raises it up to 1.8. Jack's not getting involved. Michael Kossoff's not getting involved. All folding round in turn. Round to Grant, who's going to make a call. So under the gun, raising up, gets all the way down to the big blind, who defends his big. Oh, nice flop for Ash. Ace, King, 5. Ace, King, 5. He's gone to for a drink of coffee. 9 of hearts on the turn as it's checked. Should be some kind of bet coming in now from Ash. He needs to build a pot with Ace, King in the top 2. The fold, and the Ace King shows the 2 pair. Does it end when there's 15? Yes, it does, and so does the game, because they don't need to get a winner. There will be no winner at this table. The winner will be 15th and above. So we will be stopping when we get to 15. At this moment in time, we're on 36. It will tighten up as players get closer, because they're running down the clock. They won't be playing a hand. They'll be down to 2 big blinds. It will be still another 4 to 5 hours before we get into the money. But we're down to 36. We'll see you in 15 minutes at 6 o'clock.
Very live from the World Series, but I've been tracking it the whole time. I've been reading the updates as I'm playing. They're sending me the hands that are coming up. I'm listening to what's happening at the table. So I'm informed on what's happening over there. And I do that. So now I go live on ESPN again. And meanwhile, I'm in the tournament over there with chips, and we're getting close to the money. And I believe that I think we may have hit the money while I was doing the commentary. So then, boom, I finish that. I go right back, and I'm still dressed in my suit, and you know what I mean. But it gives me an excuse to wear the Aria hat live on television, because I told ESPN, I said, listen, if you want me and I'm still a player, I'm going to dress like a player.
Yeah.
So they told all the players they can't wear any logos, any gear, but I'm an exception when I'm in a poker tournament. And so at least I got an excuse to get the Aria live on global television a couple times. And so then I make day 2. So then I think that was it for the night, but I'm hanging out for the coverage. But meanwhile, I make it to the end of the day. And I think there's about 25 of us left. So now next day, I have to do the commentary and play the tournament. And we get to the final table pretty quickly. And I'm thinking, oh my God, I'm going to be final 4 tournament or 3 in this tournament. I'm going to have to leave for 20 minutes. Will the players at the table stop the tournament for 20 minutes for me? I don't even want to ask, but I'm going to ask when it comes to that. And so meanwhile, I've had to go into makeup and so I'm all ready to go. I'm all in my suit and ready to go. But I'm at this final table and I'm watching the countdown on when I'm going to get needed. And unfortunately for me, I busted in 6th place in the tournament. There were 2 final tables left as the main event final table. This was also the main event final table where they were going to finish it, I believe. And so there's 3 tables that are left in that whole hall. There's the one when I left, there were 5 left. There was another one that had 5 left, and then there was the main event. And so so I busted 6th, unfortunately, and I go into my perch up there, and I'm really into just the main event, but I'm looking over, watching the other 2 final tables, which were basically right next door to us. And then and I think they gave me a shout out It might have also been my birthday that day. So they gave me a shout out for my birthday. They gave me a shout out for just busting 5th in a tournament, or 6th or whatever it was. It was all kind of a weird thing. And then I was able to just focus on, the commentary for there, because that was it.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Super competitive, we know. 16 cashes last year in the World Series. I think it was 12 the year before. I think there's only 1 year in the last 25 that you haven't cashed in one of the series. Where did the super competitiveness come from?
I mean, it came from, I talk about this in my autobiography. Very simple. I'm the oldest of 5, as I mentioned earlier in the interview. And what I didn't mention is I have ADD, and my athletic skills aren't as good as my brothers and sisters. So it's the only 5 watching my brothers and sisters flourish and basically get straight A's, and me getting C's. And then watching them flourish in athletics, they're all doing well in athletics, but I didn't have the same skill set they had. I had to hold on to something for my own sanity, right? When I'm 7, I had a 6-year-old, a 5-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a baby in my family. For my own sanity, I had to be the best at games. And so every game we played, I had to be the best. So every game we played, I learned from an early age how to devise perfect tactics in all these games. Scrabble, and the fact that I studied Latin, I'm an excellent Scrabble player. All these games that required strategy and skill, backgammon, I learned how to become great at all these games. And so it was a natural progression for me to move into studying poker. All right, how do you become great at poker? All right, you do this, you do that, you do this, and so but that warrior in me, and when I would lose, that's where the poker brat was born. Because if my brothers or sisters rolled double 6s to beat me at backgammon, I was unbearable. Because what did I have left in my life? They were better than me at everything. And so I'd be like, oh my God, you rolled double 6s. That was unbelievable. How did you do that to me? Blah, 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 blah. And I almost made it not fun for me to play with, because if I lost, I was too negative. But that's where the competitiveness came from. And it showed itself in the early years in poker, and it still shows itself. But in the early years, like if somebody beat me one hand, I felt like, and if they outdrew me one hand, I felt like, oh, they're what else do I have left in life? They just beat me this one hand. And so, I had some issues I've worked through, but I still think, I still think that I can be a little bit bratty sometimes. Generally, there are some years where I show up and it's not, and I just realize my position, and I enjoy that a little bit more. But most times I'm just, and as the series wears you down and you get tireder and tireder every day, more and more the poker comes out.
Well, poker brat or not, you've raised over $50 million for charities, which is an absolutely incredible amount, and every credit to you. You got the biggest celebrities in the world just at touch whenever. Do you ever get starstruck by somebody that you see and you think, oh, wow?
Yeah, it's very weird. I mean, I think, the first time I met President Clinton, I was definitely a little starstruck. I'm not sure that I get that starstruck anymore. I mean, I think the first time I met Ben Affleck, I was starstruck. And the reason why, he was with J-Lo at the time. And so him and J-Lo I felt like they were the 2 biggest celebrities in the world. And I remember it was, I think 2002 or 2000, I think it was 2002 at the Bicycle Club, where 01 had 30 players in the main event. And now the World Poker Tour had launched, and there were 700 players. We went from 30 players to 700. I walked in the room, you know, being one of the biggest stars in poker. And they said, Sports Illustrated wants to talk with you. There were 3 news trucks from the 3 local stations in the parking lot. There was press buzzing. The room was just buzzing with people. And there was Ben Affleck playing in the tournament. And I just went by and I said, hey, Ben, you know, welcome to poker. And he said, what am I, Phil? He quoted me from my own book. First of all, he knows my name. How does he know my name? Second of all, look, am I a lion or I am a, like, he had some really cute thing to say. And I was like, holy cow, Ben Affleck knows me and he's a fan of mine and he's read my books. I was a little starstruck. You know, Michael Jordan, super starstruck when I met him the first time.
Yeah.
And, you know, and so, yeah, I mean, it happens with some of the world's biggest celebrities. But now a lot of times I know that now all of a sudden I'm not as starstruck because I've met some of the biggest celebrities in the world.
Yeah.
But it's kind of fun. All right, is this person cool or not? You know, generous randomly like a couple of years ago, randomly, and she loves poker, and she was just cool as could be. And so, I mean, you know, she introduced me to Portia. Just randomly ran into her, and she's like, Phil. Oh, Ellen knows my name. That's cool. You know, meeting Tiger and hosting his event. You know, and I remember the coolest I've ever been in my life. I can tell you exactly when that was. Maybe I should tell that story. I'm
listening.
Met the Aria Hotel, and I'd hosted Tiger Jam. I just finished 4th in a tournament, a heads-up tournament, or I guess officially 5th place in a heads-up tournament. And I'm exhausted because those heads-up matches just drain you. Exhausted. And I go up to my room at the Aria, and I tell my wife, honey, I want to order from Javier's Mexican. And it's the one place I had to go get the food. And I'd run into MJ on Friday. This was a Sunday. And I'm like, I told her, I said, honey, somehow I'm going to run into MJ. And she's like, what? What are you talking about? I said, I just have this weird vibe. And so I went down to pick up the food at Javier's. I did walk through the high limit area because that's where MJ hangs out. And then on the way back, I'm like, you know what? You're not going to, you know, whatever. I did see if he was, I did ask if.
Other way around. At least you've only one decision now, haven't you? Am I going with